Testing 1, 2, 3. I think I've got the mic working today. Get that music knocked down a little bit too, but I think we're actually good to go here. All right, so hello friends, and welcome to day 2 of Fontathon. And yesterday, if you were following along, we did an entire alphabet with a couple of alternates, and had a lot of fun doing that. So today, I thought it would be fun. We're gonna probably not do as many letters today. I mean, we will, but I actually did a little bit of work overnight, if we're being completely honest. And so where I'm at right now, we've got the upper and lower case here, but I went through and I did a lot of boring things that really don't make for good streaming. So I'm going to zoom this out so my letters get a little bit smaller here because we're going to need the space. And when I hit all, we've got a lot of things on the plate today. And I should add, this does look like a lot, but we're also going to bust through this pretty quick too, because for one thing, all of these rows down here is just a copy of the uppercase. So this is technically lowercase, but whatever I'm doing in the uppercase here is automatically going to update on the lowercase. These are just synced to each other. I did go through and look up some numbers so we can potentially work on those. And truth be told, there really wasn't that great of samples to work off on the numbers, but hopefully we can make something work there. And then of course I've got some punctuation as well. Who knows that we'll actually get to all of this. This could just be for the future, maybe something that I do in a future stream or something like that, but at least acknowledging that we've got some additional fun we can have down here. Of course, at the very bottom, we've actually got all of our marks down here. We'll be using this row to fill in our diacritical marks. So, actually what I'm going to do today, before we get into diacritical marks, is jump over to some punctuation, because I want to use some of this punctuation to actually build the diacritical marks later. So it seems important that we kind of get these things squared away. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to start with the period. I'll type out hello there. And again, like yesterday, I will have some specimens up in the background here. I think I mentioned this yesterday that I am... I'm not sharing my full screen today just because I have a number of things going on in the background I didn't really want on the stream. But at the very least, we can kind of take a look and see how this is progressing, at least from glyphs. So if there is something that's super important, I suppose I can always drag it into the editor window here, but for the most part, this is just kind of a trust me, I know what I'm doing kind of thing, I suppose. So, let's see here. Let's make sure I get my computer plugged in. No idea how I knocked that cord out. Yeah, there we go. I'm back charging now. Excellent. All right. So the challenge I have is I need to figure out how large this period should be. And usually I would go off the dot of a lowercase I. However, we don't have a dot of a lowercase I. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to kind of pick up from yesterday. And maybe do... I suppose I don't really need to use my mouse for this. I can just type it in. But I figured a good place to start would be 148. And we're grabbing 148 from my dimensions panel here. This is the same height and actually width as the crossbar on the H. Now one thing with that I know is I actually want to make it a little bit wider because that's just kind of how our eyes work. So now that's 153. And then the other thing that I'm going to do, I'm using 50 for the side bearings, and I have no reason, I guess for the moment, not to use that here, so we'll just do that. And from there, it's just kind of a matter of backing up and determining if this is large enough to work. And what I'm going to do actually is we're going to go into the background here. I'm just going to pop that version there. But what I'm going to do is we're just going to increase this just a touch. So one trick I have when I'm doing this stuff is I tend to make the period a little bit larger than the dot of an I. And this is kind of goes back to what we've talked about, like with letters like the S, for example, where we have a little bit more space on the lower half of the letter than the top. Visually, it looks evenly weighted, but technically it's not. It's kind of the same idea that I have when I'm doing period. This dot is a little bit larger than the dot on an I if I had one, but visually they're going to more or less look the same. So I think this works fairly well. The dots in the specimen do look a little bit more square, but I don't know that I'm actually opposed to keeping it like this. I suppose I could maybe go a little bit. So there's only four points of difference there. Maybe I just make it 5 points of difference. But yeah, let's do something like that. There we go. I'm actually going to see if I can turn down my mic a little bit too, just to avoid some background noise there. I know that can be a little bit much, especially for headphone listeners. So I apologize if a loud car goes by. Yeah, we'll carry on here. So I think I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to go in the background here and just get rid of that one because I don't think we'll need it. And then what we'll do is the next one, before I start reusing these shapes, I'm just going to hop over to the comma. And actually I like what they did for the comma here because it's more or less something like this. And then it appears what they did here was just kind of have it click into the bottom of the comma. Actually gonna move my windows around here just a little bit. There we go. So I can kind of make my preview window the same as what I'm seeing underneath my glyphs window here. I'd say that's pretty close. Of course, the biggest challenge is how does this stand out at a smaller size? Again, like I'm kind of thinking too, this is a display face, so it may not be super common to use a comma, but just kind of roll with it. And I think what I'm going to do for this is we're just going to use the period side bearings for this. I think that'll work for now. I use the period as kind of a control character, and I don't know if that's really the right way to do things. It's just kind of how I do them. So the next thing we'll do here is we're going to go and make a colon. And again, just kind of determine where do we want this to be. And so again, what I'm noticing with the colon, the specimen looks like it has it resting on the baseline. I am debating if I want to have it rest on the baseline, or since this is all cabs, I really have no reason to just do something like this. Oops, as I bump my coffee mug. This is where I don't mind kind of just trying different things here, but I almost don't mind having it actually moved up a little bit. Maybe we just kind of bump it in a little bit more too, so I'm kind of staying true to the shape, or I guess the construction of the original one. I'm just kind of moving it up more. I think most people would probably see that pretty easily. Seems like how you would use it anyway. And now for the semicolon, again, we'll bring in the comma. I'm gonna go ahead and, before I forget, set the side bearings. And then what I'm gonna do, this is kind of used more like this. We're just gonna make sure I delete the correct element before we get carried away. There we go. So I feel like a semicolon, you'd probably use it more something like that. I do know there's ways you can program colons to pop up when you need them to. If you're doing things like all caps, if you have things like numbers, like you're going to write the time is usually a prime example of that. But again, just kind of thinking of the context of how this might be used and kind of keeping things simple too, if I'm honest. I know these don't align, but I may just kind of roll with that. So from here, we can get into some fun things. Let's maybe do some smart quotes here. And again, this is just kind of figuring out how all of this goes. So we can take the quote here, and I just want it to align to the top of the cap height. So we'll do that. The quotes tend to be a little bit closer together, and we need to determine probably what that closer together is going to be, because in this case, wasn't able to find any of these marks. And it's possible that they're in the font, but or in the specimen book that I've got. But at a glance yesterday, I did not see any. So we're just going to kind of keep going with hello here. And actually, what I'm going to do is we're going to kind of do it this way. So again, line it up towards the top, get it on the baseline there. And yeah, go from here. So I don't know if maybe I just can't keep this even along the top. The fun part is that it's going to kind of move in unison. So as this one goes down, the other one's going to go up. Another thing I want to do as well, I do think this needs just a touch more space. I don't know if it needs that much. Maybe it's 300 units wide. It's not really something that I was messing around with yesterday, so maybe we give something like that a try and see how that works. That might work a little bit better. At least I'm not seeing anything to the contrary on that. And then what I'm going to do is, I guess we'll do there. But I also want to get this one in as well, so we can kind of see how this will function. And again, use the period for the side bearings. Now in this case, it's going to look a little bit weird because the side bearings here are 50, the side bearings here are 23, so it's going to look like it's a little bit closer to the Y, but I think that's okay. I think, someone can correct me, but I think if you write o'clock, I think you actually put this the other way. Could be totally wrong on this. But I'm going to roll with it anyway because it works as a sample and kind of a placeholder here. So I'll just kind of take a step back here. We'll get that space out of the way. But I don't think it looks terrible. It doesn't stand out in a bad way, at least, which is kind of what I was aiming for. And I may go back and adjust these, but the nice thing about doing this in such a way that I'm kind of using one character to build the rest is if I do need to go back and adjust things, at least things sort of auto-update from one to the next. Hey Martha, good to see you this morning. Yeah, thanks for the comments as well. I was having a lot of fun yesterday with this too. I think I did mention I've been working on some text faces lately, and it just feels so refreshing to do a display face. And especially with kind of how quirky and fun this variant is, it's just been been a good time to go through and adjust these a little bit and just kind of do something a little bit different. And I think too, yesterday, not to call you out, but you had mentioned you were working on something. Any update on that or how that's going? Well, that's great. Glad I can at least help you focus. So, awesome. All right. So let's jump over. We'll get the exclamation point here. And let's see. So that was 167. We'll bring this to 167. Make sure everybody is lined up. Hey, Chris. Good to see you. I should mention, Chris, we were actually talking quite a bit about yesterday. I don't know if you caught that or not, but we had a few folks that are working with a couple different scripts. So we were talking about the Cherokee typefaces that you were working on, which has been a lot of fun to see how that's been progressing. Yeah. All right. So I've got 25 and 35 there, which is probably why that looked a little bit off to me. And again, I apologize. I probably should have at least kind of scanned these in a little bit more, but this is literally what they did for the exclamation point. Actually, I could bring this back into my sample here. Maybe putting this in context maybe helps it out a little bit more. But yeah, seems like it's just kind of this wedge shape over the top of a period, and it actually looks fairly close. Let's see, throw in an upside down exclamation point as well. There we go. And it actually seems like it works pretty well. Yeah, that was one thing Kimbo Black and I were joking about last night on his stream. We planned this around the United Kingdom daylight savings time. We did not do so well planning this around American daylight savings time. So if we do this again, we've definitely got that on the list that we're not going to attempt to do this over a daylight savings time. But yeah, that's what coffee's for, or espresso in my case. All right. So not the division symbol, but let's get a couple of question marks in here. Because beyond this, I've just got, I think, an M dash and a dash is all the other things. Oh, and a percent sign. And that's pretty much all I've got to go off of. And numbers too, should add those as well. But beyond that, then we will be on our own and hope that this works. So let's see, I don't have automatic alignment, which is probably good. The O is 552 units across, so let's just use that. Kind of get this centered a little bit, and then figure out how I'm going to center. This is something that I chronically struggle with, is getting things centered the way I wanted. So what I'm going to do, okay, it actually worked that time. I swear that every time I select two elements to align one over the other, it always moves the one I don't want, so I make a copy of it. So yeah, we'll go back. We'll just get that stray point out of there. And then, yeah, just let's see here. At least what makes sense to me here is we're going to grab, actually I don't even know I'm grabbing the width of that. I can grab the width of this and get these lined up. Yep, that's doing what I thought it would. And we'll do it that way instead. There we go. And then let's also grab the exclamation point here as well, because I think what I'm going to do, not that this will be correct by any means, but we'll at least get those two spaces the same. Yeah, and then just looking at my sample here, I think that's roughly what they did, question mark. It appears so. It just looks a lot thicker at the bottom because it does go a lot thicker at the bottom. All right, so we'll roll with that. Martha, I noticed when I start working in capitals, or you start working in capitals first when starting new ideas, do I? Yeah, I'm curious to see what the poll results are for that. Personally, I guess today I started on a capital because I'm just doing an all caps typeface here. But truth be told, in most instances, I prefer to start on lowercase. And the reason that I do that is I find, out of laziness, that if I only draw the uppercase, then I tend not to have much motivation to go back and draw the lowercase, or the lowercase. So by drawing the lowercase first, effectively I'm forcing myself to do an upper and lowercase set. Yeah, I think, and I don't know if you did this in Typewise too or not, Chris, but they actually have us start on both. So usually we'll do like oh no, or ran gloves was our starting word. But yeah, that's kind of how we've gone about it. So that's typically my process. Aerotype says to say hello. Yes, you can pass the hello back, type. Hey Sophia, good to see you too. Alright. At some point here, and you may hear a sneeze in the background, I have a tiny dog that, without fail, knows when I stream and decides that that is the time she wants to go in the backyard. So, I'm going to step away for just a moment to deal with her, and then I will be right back in a moment. Alright, now she can come and go as she pleases, and hopefully doesn't disrupt the stream too much. She does have a lot of main character energy though, for those wondering. I suppose that's the life of a small dog, right? So anyway, back to type design. Yeah, this is kind of a funny, or a kind of a funky looking question mark to some level, but it looks like this is more or less what they did. And then maybe this just kind of... Actually, would this go maybe this way? So it just kind of creates a nice curve there. I know we were playing with Speedpunk yesterday too. I don't know if I'm ready to quite haul that out yet, but maybe it makes an appearance at some point here. Yeah, uppercase. Oh, see if the opposite problem, Chris. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting just hearing how people kind of go back and forth on that. I feel like there's no right or wrong answer to some level. I think sometimes I just kind of struggle no matter what, and just try and make it work the best I can. All right, I think, yeah, those two were off, so now are those two on? Yes. Are those lined up? They are, but just kind of want to maybe do something like this. May actually just kind of bring that up a little bit as well. Maybe it kind of helps resolve things a little bit. I do have a couple inflection points here that this plugin is pointing out. But as I go back and forth, I mean, this is more or less it. So, yeah, backstory. So, this is a typeface. It's called Ludlow Gothic Condensed Medium. I think I have that in the right order. It's from the Ludlow type catalog, and I think, actually here, I'll take a look. I actually have the original specimen book that I'm working out of. But I decided to kind of do, I guess I'm calling it a pseudo revival now. This isn't a 100% true to its original form revival, but we started having fun yesterday, and I guess that's just kind of where things went. But I'm trying to see here. I don't know if or where they usually put the date on these. I think it's the 1941 specimen. I don't know why I'm remembering 1941. I could be completely off. Anyway, if you look this up on like eBay or Google or something like that, it's the Ludlow type catalog that is the maroon cover. And for some reason, I think this is probably when we were doing our actual typeface revivals in Type West. I found Ludlow, ended up not doing one of their typefaces, but I fell in love with their catalog. And I'm sure some of these typefaces, maybe including this one, are probably just kind of riffs of existing type that was popular for the time. I know a lot of foundries tended to do that, but I just kind of like their spin on things. And if I have the history right, I think it was either American Type Founders or Linotype that they ended up selling out to, but the whole catalog didn't go with. So there are some typefaces in the catalog that eventually became Linotype typefaces, and there's some that were just kind of lost to time. So I like to kind of dig and see the ones that were left behind, so to speak, and maybe give them a little bit of love and bring them into the 21st century. So that's pretty much the story behind this. In this particular case, I found the variant page for Ludlow Gothic condensed medium, and it had all these really cool looking alternates, and I thought, I could do the whole thing and just do these as alternates, or we could just let it be its own font and do its own thing. So it's got a little bit of quirkiness to it. I'm kind of thinking it might make like a fun logo font, or even just a short headline or something like that. Total display font though. So that's kind of the idea behind all this, and I just thought it would be fun to do a revival as well. I know everybody else was doing original type this weekend, and I know we had some italics, so I guess it's a little bit of a variety too for Fontathon. So we'll get that gigantic book out of the way. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've actually, prior to Type West, I had never done a revival before, and truth be told, I actually kind of fell in love with the process, so certainly open to doing more of those in the future. If anything, you learn a lot about type, just kind of doing some of this work, and sometimes you see some really weird stuff. The revival that I did for the first semester of Type West, the G from that typeface, literally, I like to joke, it gave me PTSD. It was so terrible. And I guess if anything, I learned how to make or how not to make a lowercase g. Truth be told, it would have been a lot of fun to sit in the room when they decided that was the lowercase g that they went for. Maybe at some point I'll bring that back up. If people want to take a look at it, but it was something else, to say the least. So, all right, so we'll get the side bearings on the question mark, which again, I just kind of went off of the O for that. I think, oh wait, did I get this the right way? I did get that the right way. For some reason, I thought I looked at that and I was like, oh no. Which is funny, I've been doing Duolingo Spanish lessons, so I've been looking at that character or that setup more and more, so you think I would, I'd probably be accustomed to seeing which way that goes, but oh well. So it does create some white space here, if I just kind of do this one on each side. And these are some things I probably have to sort out a little bit, but like this would probably use some different spacing. So let's say let's equal question times, I don't know, I always go to 0.5 and just kind of tighten it up a little bit. Because yeah, now it's got a lot more negative space around there. I don't want to get so close that this part is touching, but I think even half the space works a little bit better. I don't know that this really suffers from the same problem. Use the upside down question mark. Yeah, as far as I know, it's used in Spanish, and same with the upside down question or exclamation point too. It's possible there's other languages as well. I'm sure there probably is, but that's just the one I'm learning right now where I see it the most. So, but yeah, it's totally cool to dig through archives. I know yesterday we were talking quite a bit about the letterform archive. One other place that I like pointing people to is actually archive.org, which I know a lot of people use that for looking up like websites or something like but it's also really cool because they have like a really in-depth book archive as well, and they actually scan a lot of old type specimens, and it can really be a treasure trove. The downside is that the type specimens usually aren't of the highest quality scan. It's almost like they did like 72 DPI or something like that. Usually when I scan, I just go to 600 on my scanner. I know the real hardcore type revival people like to go anywhere from 1200 to 2400 DPI scans, just because they really want that detail. I suppose it's enough to work off of, or at least kind of get you on a path towards reviving something, but yeah, it's a good resource. I do think as well the Letterform Archive does have some kind of agreement with them, where they're also taking things from their online archive and making it available to some level. So that might be worth checking out as well. Yeah. All right. So I'm just kind of picking arbitrary numbers here too. So for something like the ellipsis, as an example, we are now kind of on our own. The specimen book does not have an ellipsis in there. So this is going to be up to us to figure out how this is going to look. So if I do shift control, actually now I got to remember how I set this up here. Oh, shift command. And I'm going to adjust some things here. So shift command space, there we go. That kind of moves it a little bit more. I do kind of keep some different settings. So when I'm using the arrow keys on my keyboard, I actually adjust this. So by default, if you hold down shift and use the arrow keys, I think Glyphs does 10 units that it'll move an element. I actually reduced that to 5 under my font info settings. And then what I've done here is shift command by default usually does 100 units in Glyphs, and I've switched that to 20. Just because I've found that if I'm needing to move something 100 units, I'm probably making some pretty major changes that really don't require the arrow keys. So I'll just go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. And actually, we're gonna compare it to just 3 periods in a row. I actually kind of like it a little bit closer. But I may... Yeah, it's a tiny bit shorter, but I think that's okay. I don't want to make it too much, but I don't want to have them crammed into each other as well. Actually, I think yeah, that looks off. Why is that off? 90 and 70. Well, what about 80? Yeah, I think the overall width was right. I just think it looks a little bit nicer with a little bit shorter space between the two, so I think we can kind of roll with that. All right, so a couple other things we've got here. I'm just going to kind of load some of these up again. So the quote single bass and double bass, I think think this just gets this. Now we're getting into more languages that use this kind of stuff. I think this is the way this goes. If I'm doing this the wrong way, by all means, shout in the chat, especially if you speak a language that uses these. I used to have a Wikipedia page somewhere in my bookmarks that stepped through all this, because I know different languages, different cultures use quote marks differently. But I think when it's down in the corner like this, I think they use, I call it the 9 and the 99 quote, and then you got the 66 and the 6 quote. But I think they use the 99 style quote in the bottom corner. So I think for a lot of these other diacritical marks, I'm probably just going to let them be for now. Where can we start? I think I'm going to start with the E. So let's load all of these up. And what we're going to do is we can add this part. Actually, I'm not going to do all of them yet. Otherwise, I'm going to have a bad time trying to keep all these straight. I'm actually going to do the degrees first, because that's typically my go-to. And what I'm also going to do is I think it's Command Shift U, Command. What is the... Yeah, set anchors. Is that not setting anchors for me? Is my shortcut just not reset anchors? No. Add an anchor. Yeah, it should be giving me this dot here, unless there's something. Let's see. I'm just checking all my settings here. I may need to check glyphs, set anchors. When in doubt, just Google it, right? Mark attachment, here we go. And then while I'm looking that up, I'm also going to take this mark and this mark. And if people didn't know, you can actually copy and paste them. So that's what I'm doing there. And what I'm going to do. Sorry, I may be losing my voice today at some point. That may just be an inevitable thing here. So apologies for headphone users if I'm like hacking along up. I will attempt not to do that. Let's see though. So I'm just gonna push these two up top here for now. And hopefully we get this one working, and then I can go back and get the other ones working here once we figure out why my mark attachment isn't working. So I do have the combining diacritical marks. Let's see here, which language? Western European. Western European, where are you? I'm totally just like, duh, right there. Okay. So I do have all of those. It does have the marks here, which we want, which is the combining mark. Yes. Is it? Okay, so we got it here. Oh, one other thing I actually just realized I need to do. So for this, I also need to add those there. I need to add it. Doesn't go in there. Okay, that's fine. So I have two top marks here. This is the uppercase E. Oh, that might be why. Okay, I have to do it. Yeah, it appears that I forgot. So if I add the Diacritical combining mark, there we go. Now we're onto something. I have to add it to the original character, apparently, not the combining mark. That's fine, that actually makes it a little bit easier. So if I do the lowercase e Diacritical, well, actually, this is just going to be a copy of the uppercase, so that don't matter. All right. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I don't think it's like a major illness. It's just talking for 8 hours in 2 days. I usually don't talk this much, so that's where the fun is. Alright, so I think to start, we're just going to kind of figure out what size these need to be, which I think they can actually be a bit less than what the period was. And we'll make those 80 units apart. And then what I'm going to do is just kind of eyeball center that there. And then we're going to go back to the E here. And I've got a top mark there and a top left. Okay, we're not going to deal with the top left for the moment, but we will maybe just kind of bump that over. Actually, well, no, I'm not going to get carried away. We're just going to maybe kind of center it over the bulk of the character. I think that's about right. Let's do this. I had an idea and maybe now it's not working. Oh, there we go. Okay. So if I took the U and U, actually, no, let's try this different one. And then I want the measurement tool. So that's 40 units there, 19 units there. This is totally probably not the way to do it, but and I mean, really, I would want visual. I would want this visually aligned anyway, but maybe I don't need to worry about it that much. So let's go back here. And today, put the E back in there. And for some reason now I've messed all this up. Diacritical come. There we go. Now we're back. Because I'm also trying to think too. I've got the acute. I've got the circumflex here. I mean, the umlauts here are the Diacriticals. I mean, those are easy to align, but I don't know, maybe if I do something like that. Alana, hey! Good to see you. Maybe something like that. This is definitely a combining marks party, that's for sure. Yeah, I think I may just roll with this for now. We can kind of adjust this as we go back and do some of these other combining marks as well. One thing I'm going to do before I forget is actually going to delete those, and we're just going to sync it to the combining mark there. So again, I don't have to do as much work. Combining marks parties. You know, I would be down for that, especially if we've got like people who speak some of these languages or use some of these scripts that work with these marks. It would be very helpful to get some point of views on that as far as, you know, are we doing something right? Are we doing something wrong? Yeah, that would be fantastic. The other thing that I'm kind of keeping in mind too is if for some reason these would be stacked, I just wanted to kind of be conscious of how much this kind of breaks into this descender space down here. If I go back, I think so far I really don't have anything that drops into that descender space. I guess a question, the upside down question mark does. Whoops, wrong window. I think it was in this window. Yeah. So if I did something like that, I just kind of want to avoid that crashing together. The other thing that I just want to be sure is that this space doesn't get too out of control either. Actually, we're going to take you and move you over here so I can kind of work this way. But maybe it's just kind of something like this. So it does get a little bit cozy there. I'm probably already designing for some kind of edge case here, but at the very least, it doesn't kind of crash into each other. So I think that'll be useful. Eventually, I may kind of throw some font production stuff in here as well that could address this a little bit further. But for now, I mean, it is a little bit close. It is a little bit tight, but I may let this roll for the moment. It's always easy to go back and kind of adjust from there. So what we will do then is I'm going to go find all my Diacritical's characters. So there was, I think it's just A-E-I-O-U, right? So we'll get the Diacritical's there. We will get there and there. What I'm also going to do is A-E-I-O-U. Actually, does the Y have it too? I always forget. It does. So we'll bring that in as well. Alright. So, same as before on the E, we're going to go through and add all these points. It's also adding additional ones that I'm not using quite yet, but let's see. So we'll throw the I in, we'll throw the U, O, and Y. Actually, this is not the diacritical one. That one is. So I think I can do this, and I think this will work. We're about to find out. We'll just pick on the U. Yes, that works. Oh, fantastic. And one other thing I'm curious, I've never ever tried this, but if I get that measurement tool, dang, it doesn't acknowledge that. So from there to there is 63, from there to there is 68. 3, 4, 7, 5, 6 is probably. Oh wait, no, that. There. Did I not do this right? And that's 65. Oh, maybe I did something. 66. Yeah, that's what I wanted. For here, that's just easy, making sure it's lined up to that point. So that's easy. For here, this is probably going to be the same scenario as the Y, so that's 56 and 56. Wow, okay, that one's actually lined up correctly. And here is 80 and, oops, it should be 80 actually. I don't really know why I need to double check that, but there we go. And then the A, perfect, lined up. Okay, so, oh, and I probably should do, I don't know why there's an empty base glyph. Oh, because I did that. Definitely helps to maybe do the right mark. There we go. So let's do that A, and then that diacritical mark. There we go. Got it. Right composite. Yeah, I probably actually should go back and kind of re-step through that. The trick too is that, let's see here, great composite, fantastic. Oh, does it, actually I'm curious. So one thing I was doing, this makes sense for the uppercase, so I'm definitely doing that, but what I was doing for the lowercase was, I'm actually syncing it to the uppercase letter, so this is just going to be one solid one, but it's going to reference the uppercase. There we go. Or do I have a feedback loop? Nope, there we go. Okay. So the lowercase references the uppercase one. I think I got this right now. Yep, that's the A. This is the cap A. Perfect, yeah. So I'll probably go through and do the create composite eventually for the uppercase letters. For the lowercase ones, a lot of these aren't going to, I guess some of them are starting to populate. The only reason I don't do it is right away is because I like seeing the preview icon, so I know which one is which, but yeah, create composite is such a lifesaver. Yeah, good to see you, Chris. Thanks for popping in. Hopefully we'll see you soon. I do wish there was a way, though, when you bring this up, I do wish there was a way that you could like generate the composite where it has everything, but still have the preview somehow. That would make my life a lot easier. Let's see here. Should we try the tilde? I think we've got a couple letters that require that. A, N, and O. Yeah, why not? So do a combining mark and this. I didn't add it anywhere else. All right. So A, N, and O, and then we get to figure out what this is going to look like. So truthfully, I have no idea what this is going to look like. I also do have a manual of diacritics as well. Actually, I'm going to save that part for later. So something like the manual of diacritics probably could help. I also have so much, I guess, limited desk space here. So I don't know that I'm going to be able to have like a ton of books out to reference all this as I go. So with that said, I may end up just kind of making this up as I go. But roughly speaking, I have some kind of idea of what the tilde should look like. So we'll just kind of make some zigzags here. And ultimately what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop this in half so it'll be consistent from one side to the other, I guess in kind of a couple directions. For now, let's see here. But for now, I'm just gonna kind of bumble through the entire thing here. We're just gonna make sure everything's set to the same angle. Whatever that ends up being. Actually, maybe this is an easier way to do it. Save myself some work there. So we'll delete. Actually, I want a little bit more, I think. I want you, oops. You and you. And that should mean that I can delete all of those. And if I did this right in my head, all of those should connect. Magic. I didn't expect that to work on the... Yes, I'm going for the Harry Potter tilde. That's, I guess my secret's out. So, now we're actually gonna... Oh, I forgot it. Alright, now I think that gets everything. Let's try this again. So, now we hit enter, there we go, that's what I was after. And then we'll just get all of these lined up straight. This is a very funky looking tilde. It's magic, yes. I do feel like a magician every time I hit the enter key, and it just kind of works like that. Yeah, you can't help but feel like a real type designer. I mean, is it really that impressive? Probably not, but it just feels like magic every time I do it. So the next thing I need to work out, and actually what I might do, I know this is a little bit early for it, but I may just, we'll get the path directions correct too, that'll probably be helpful. But we're just going to kind of use the O as the yardstick here. I think the width is okay-ish. I think. The other thing I'm going to do as well, just for some additional reference points here. There we go. We'll just bring in the degrees as well. Actually, what I should do, maybe this is a better thing to kind of work off of. So I don't mind the overshoot going over, but I think I do mind having that. So at least the flat parts then are lining up with the maybe a bit wide. Yep, I can buy that. Let's try that. I'm just going 10 units at a time here for a moment, but I also kind of wonder too, maybe I don't need such a large overshoot. That might help as well. So I kind of wonder, we're just going to kind of work this out on the fly a little bit. So, you know, I've definitely got this big chunky curve, but I don't think that's what that needs to be. Just kind of even out some of these handles and see what the product is from there. Or maybe that whole thing just needs to go over more, just so we can kind of favor the way. I actually like how this side is working a little bit better than the other side. So we will copy paste. Get everybody lined up there. I'm just going to move this up a bit. Select all of those points, delete them. And then move that one out of the way. That at least gets that set up, and then the good news is that we're kind of back to even. I think I actually got it kind of out of sync a little bit. Let's see, that handle's 66, this one is 46. That should be 66. These two should be the same, 67. That is 28. That is 31. That'll be the one that moves. So if we back up, yeah, definitely too wide now, it feels like. Let's maybe see what that does. Narrows it up a little bit more. Is it still too wide? I'm going off the diacritical only because I guess I have no particular reason why. But I guess we'll just kind of feel it out here. I don't know that there's a rule that it has to be the same width, but maybe we just kind of make those a little bit. Actually, I'm kind of wondering now that I'm working through this, is there even overshoot on a tilde like that? Maybe there isn't. My solution here for those curious is I'm just going to kind of go until it either looks right or it breaks. I don't know why that seems like the way to do it, but... And then we will also make sure that I've got those points there, which I do. Looks like it was just the end that was missing it, which is fine. For now, that can overlap over that. Totally cool. I'll just get you synced up so I can move that out of the way. Kind of continue. I don't know, what are we thinking? You can overshoot the tilde. Yeah, I think it may just not need to be as much as like a capital letter. Maybe that kind of helps it out a little bit. The other thing I'm kind of wondering actually is, do I just kind of do this to maybe add a little bit more contrast to it? Does that kind of help it out some? Yeah. Contrast is great, yeah. How far do we push that before it breaks? Yeah, maybe something like that. I mean, part of me feels like it could be a little bolder too, somehow. We're just gonna kind of go extreme here and see what this does. So 47, 52, that should bring me to 47. Just so it looks a little bit heavier over the top maybe, and still narrower and bolder, yeah. Just trying to see something like this do the trick. And that actually goes back there and back there. I'm also kind of looking at my tiny preview window too. Do those just kind of cross over maybe? And let's see, that one is 66, that one is 56. Yeah, I always find stuff like this to be extremely complicated. This gives me newfound respect for drawing the toothpaste G, by the way, Alana. I know this is probably like not like that at all, but kind of has the same vibe to it. Like every time you think you've got it, then Then I step back and realize I gotta do something else. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking bolder now. Do we think it's about the same weight, roughly, as the diacritical mark over the E? Kind of feels like it. I'm also just kind of debating too, at what point do I not worry about that that question mark issue and just bump these up too, and they just feel so close. How is this? Let's say that should be moving. Or did I do the right? That's the combining mark. This is the combining mark. There we go. I'm just wondering if I just need more space too. I know this is... but maybe that does look better. I can always sort this out with vertical metrics later. I do have some font production stuff for that can adjust that. Yeah, I don't know that this would really be stackable. Like I said, I did say, I think at one point I was probably thinking more about logos and that kind of things. Maybe this goes on the back of a soccer shirt. That would be my dream, a dream. You know, a league where it's like the names and the numbers. Could use something like this. Could be kind of cool. In a situation like that, you definitely don't have to worry about question marks. Unless somebody, I guess, has a really strange name, but... yeah, we'll tack that into the life goals. Let's see, what else can we tackle here? I do have the acute and the grave, and I think I might kind of do these in one go, because I think we can do that. So I'm going to grab all of them that catch my eye. And here, and here, and here, and here. So there's the team. So I'll be working with the combining marks here. I don't know which one I'm going to go for first, but... let's see. I have two thoughts on what I was going to work off of here. I don't know if it's going to be the exclamation point or the comma yet. The comma isn't nice for the angle, the question mark is nice for the shape. LA Galaxy. What? Okay, now I have to go look that up. I don't know if I don't think I did mention this the other day. I remember when Tofino came out, and I absolutely loved that font. And the funny part was, until you mentioned it on your stream yesterday, I never put two and two together that you were the designer, which is like super awesome. So that feels really cool that that we get to stream fonts together over a weekend. I feel like I need to find more excuses to use that font. All right, so let's get these ones in. And actually, that's one thing I will say across the board for Fontathon is, I mean, the number of people that we've got this year streaming, and I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about, oops, I'm trying to type and talk at the same time, which is not working out the best. But the people that we've got streaming this year, seriously, it's been an amazing group of people. So, just the amount of talent we've got on the roster, the different things that people are doing, it's absolutely amazing. There we go, now it's working. also going to bring back the tilde and the Diacritical here, just so I have something to kind of work off of. Which one? Oh, I was talking about Tofino. I was fanboying over your work. Yeah. Yeah, it is the fun part, right? It's fun to be the person on the internet who's like, oh yeah, you should totally do this to your font. It's a whole other thing when you're actually streaming and it's like, oh my gosh, there's people watching me. Just trying to make that corner less sharp there. Don't want a stabby version of that. I'm going to try this the same height as one of these things. Where do I go off of this? Maybe... kind of debating what my guiding light's going to be here. So I'm going to have a ton of things going on. I might actually like that height a little better if I can pull it off. So let's do that and that. For now, let's see, that's, I have 2 tops. I only need, I think I pushed something a bunch of times or copied something I didn't need a couple times. There we go. So that centers that there, which is fine by me. Why did I put the A in this? Because clearly I wanted that. And then what we'll do here is we're just going to paste all of these into here. And then think about how totally wrong this looks. Because yeah, I think it goes something about like this. I think it also needs to be wider too. Maybe. Yeah, this is where I get a little lost on these kinds of marks. I also kind of wonder too, can I maybe just get by narrowing up that space, because this is a little bit different than the Diacritical and the tilde. Yeah, I think I'm a moment away here from hauling out my my diacritical manual. I'm just gonna grab these 2 points. I'm also looking at how are these kind of positioned. Like, do I want the base of that to kind of feel centered, or do I want the whole mark to feel centered? I don't know why to my eye. Well, actually, if I look at the acute ones, it looks like it actually does center just like the bottom, so I'm going to say that there are people smarter than me that have determined this, and who am I to judge? Let's just kind of bump it up a little bit more. It broadly feels like I'm getting this right, but yeah, thanks, Kimbo. I think I am pulling out my manual diacritics now. This is really getting serious. So we can talk about bookshelves. I don't know if any other designers out there, typeface designers or graphic designers, but if you had this thing where you run out of space buying books on your bookshelf, and so now you've got like a giant pile on the floor. Is this just me that does this? It's kind of getting ridiculous now, the number of books that I'm getting all over here. Zero complaints, by the way, because you can never have too many type design books, but... So we're going to set that book off to the side. So it appears... Yeah, it appears that at least the couple that I'm flipping through is the bottom is what's kind of driving the alignment here. It does also seem like I could make this, I guess, a little bit more italic, for lack of better words. And it seems like that would be the trick. The other thing that I noticed immediately was that that gets really thick, so we're going to do that. Because these points are so small, I'm actually just going to drag them out a little bit more. It feels like that really has a lot more weight. I'm also actually going off a transitional Roman too. I should see. This is probably more, I think we can agree, an expansion style typeface, or a static Roman, as this book points out. Okay. We'll go off Ditto. I don't know if that's the best one to go off of, but it at least looks like it works for my purposes here. Yeah, moving them sucks. Yeah, I moved from Milwaukee to the San Francisco Bay Area about a year ago, and let me tell you, moving a chunk of books across the country is that was an adventure. But we made it. All my books survived. So, what I'm going to do real quick too, actually, because I also adjusted that tilde. I just see. That was totally a good move to do that. All right. What I'm also going to do... Let's see. Wait, have I... No, I did that right. Okay. I was worried I got the grave and the acute in the wrong direction, which would have been disastrous. Alright, so we'll flip this one around. I don't even know that I need side bearings for these, by the way. I put them in because I guess it's what I do, but I've never stopped to think if that even matters. Alright, so there's the E. Actually, let's do this. Create composite. Does this save me a lot of work? How much do we want to bet that Alana was just screaming at her screen, watching me do that manually? I apologize if you were. Which is hilarious because we just literally got done having a conversation about that. Alright, so... Hey Josh. Yeah, you were definitely screaming at your monitor. I'm so sorry. I think what we can do for this is... There is a space between here and here that is 7. And I have no reason to think between there and there is 9. More than anything, I'm just using this as a starting point. This possibly could change, but now it is 7. So of course those two are going to crash. But I think, bring the letter back. Don't undo that. There we go. I think actually what I'm going to do just for the sake of this is flip them around so I can still see what I'm working on here. And I'll throw the combining mark there. There we go. So at least it looks right. Because kind of what I'm seeing here, I mean, they do seem like they're mirrored from each other in the samples that I'm referencing. So I'm going to assume that what I'm doing is a-okay here. And they are a little bit closer than the Reese's and the Tilde, but I think we can all agree that that's probably okay. Hey Josh, this is Glyphs, not FontLab. I do have FontLab, which at some point I need to, actually I need to update it because I still have FontLab 7. I think they have 8 now. But typically I work in Glyphs mostly because that seems like that's where everybody works. But on my channel, on my YouTube channel, I do demo FontLab. I guess for the record, I also have RoboFont, FontSelf, FontFont, BirdFont. I kind of have like all the font software. I kind of had an intention at some point that I would go through and just kind of show how all of them work. Because really at the end of the day, you just need something that draws letters and works for you. I really never have felt a super allegiance towards one or the other. I guess kind of by default I have an allegiance towards Glyphs just because that's what I open and use on a regular basis. But if I had to switch to something like RoboFont tomorrow, I don't know if I'd be too upset by it. But I mean, all those companies, all those groups do some really amazing work in all those different apps. So I think we're gonna call it for now on the acute and the grave. And I'm just going to go down here and make sure. There are a few additional ones as well in the character set that I have that I'm probably not going to be making into combining marks, but we may or may not go back and do those. Let's see. I think the circumflex is probably the last one, I suppose, and the Karen as well. And similar to what I did for the grave, cute, because again, it appears that these things are just kind of reverses of each other. As we'll go through and we'll put those in, and then I'm going to select all of these marks. We can keep those nearby for reference as well. A math font from I honestly, it does sound fun, but I also have PTSD from high school pre-calc, so I don't know. Maybe someday, maybe a little bit of therapy. I'll consider doing a math font, but for the time being, I don't have anything like that on the cards. But that said, I do think it would be fun to kind of play around with kind of doing some sort of font that maybe isn't like an actual alphabet or something like that. That would be kind of fun. Maybe it does something different or technically works a little bit different. I don't know, does anybody else in the chat? Well, number one, has anybody else done anything like that? But number two, does anybody else even have any interest in something like that? If I'm not going to do it in a loving way, I'm all about the peer pressure, so. I think this one can actually get fairly wide. And then we just need to figure out the weight, which is for now. Yeah, the angle's lined up, so that's good. And I'm gonna go out to here to start. Kind of similar to what we did before here. To get that there. And then we'll do, what's the magic combo? There we go. I'm just going to throw this over the A for now, so we can kind of work in unison on this and see where it goes. So if I take these two, because we just definitely need more weight here. And definitely too wide. Actually, just kind of looking at the top up here a little bit more before I go. I may end up widening this back out a little bit, but yeah, I'm kind of wondering if something like that maybe starts to work a little bit better. It's impossible that it's compatible with Office. Oh, interesting. I do know somebody that either does or used to work at Microsoft. I haven't honestly touched base with them for a while, so who knows where they're at with life right now, but it'd be interesting to hear what they would have to say about something like that. I do feel, though, in general, that pretty much every typographer has some kind of horror story about working with Microsoft Office. It's kind of made me wonder too. I know not too long ago was it that they were soliciting the next font for Word. I feel like we haven't heard much about that in a while. Kind of curious where that ended up going to. Yeah, that looks too extreme. I'm kind of wondering almost if this is just a little bit more of a monolinear shape. My reason for that is that it is a monolinear typeface, sort of. Let's just put everybody else in and see what happens here. Keep forgetting the magic combo here. Command Control C. There we go. Of course, those two won't do anything. That's fine though. Maybe it just needs to be straight up bolder. And how do I want to make it bolder? Just maybe do something like that. Kind of widen out the top as well. So I'm kind of wondering, maybe if I approach this more like a V. So it kind of gets thinner at the join, maybe that's better. And then especially from a distance it kind of matches or works a little bit better at a smaller size. Specific rules, honestly, no. Most often I'm just using the default settings in glyphs. I have a feeling a lot of people kind of do that. I know if you look at Type It Cooper, John Downer has a class on proportions. And I bring it up not just because John Downer is an amazing human being and any of his classes are just worth taking, but he does teach a class on proportions, and is like unrelated as this sounds, he actually kind of touches base on the how and why of how you're setting your metrics up in a typeface, and he has kind of a what would I say, like a system is probably the best phrase for it, when he's setting up typeface. So it actually works like on a pixel screen. John, I think by trade, well, I shouldn't say I think, I know, he mostly got his start in lettering as a sign painter. And actually, if you ever have the opportunity to watch him paint a sign, that is worth the price of admission too. But anyway, in his proportions class, he actually goes through and talks about how to calculate things like your X height, your cap height, center, decenter height, all that kind of stuff, and then just how it relates back to things like your thickness of your stems, for example. And once you kind of get into that system, it actually helps you further along down the road when you get into things like hinting, because hinting can kind of be its own process, because effectively, if you think about a screen, it's sort of like a brick wall in a sense, to use his method, because, you know, bricks is, I mean, effectively a grid, just like pixels on a screen are a grid, and that's kind of the same philosophy then. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, I took the class I think around a year ago, and I learned a lot from it. I almost want to take it again, just because, especially now with the with all the knowledge I've gained from Type West, I'm sure I'd probably get even more out of the class. The book that I had mentioned, it might have been the Manual of Diacritics, which I think it's just manualofdiacritics.eu. I will look this up for everybody. Yes, it is. I know they have a student discount. With the hinting. It wasn't a book. That was John Downer's proportions class at Type at Cooper, which I know he teaches it online, so you can live anywhere and get it that way. But yeah, I don't think he has a book, unfortunately. Maybe we can peer pressure him into a book at some point too. That'd be kind of cool. And I actually realized, forgot a letter. This is the nice part about glyphs now, is I just push a magic button and it solves that. Okay, did I miss any others? Think so. But if I did miss something, I'm sure, I mean, just shout in chat. We're all friends now, so. Yeah, happy to help, Josh. I mean, honestly, whether it's a live stream or even if you're just watching one of my other videos on YouTube, I am always happy to dispense anything I know about type design. So please ask away. I love being a resource for that kind of stuff. Let's see, one thing I'm going to try, and I've actually never done this before, but I think I can do S Karen SSO2 and do that. Yes, I can. Amazing. Okay, so there's that. Just kind of realized and we want you to be that, so we can kind of compare the two, but we can get the alternates sorted here. Actually, I don't think there's much sorting to do for that one. The U is going to be a lot more fun. Do I have where's a hobby? Kind of both. So I do have a, I do sell them on Creative Market. You can just look up my name on Creative Market and find them. I would love to do it professionally, if we're being completely honest. But yeah, it's not quite there yet. Maybe someday though. The thing with type design that I think a lot of people try to acknowledge to some level is that it is a very difficult profession. And I don't know if any other type designers on here want to weigh in as well. Feel free, but I do know that it's one of those things you might see it where you know, people kind of do it off to the side like I do, or you know, maybe it is just a hobby as well for some folks. But yeah, it's one of those things you don't see a lot of. Oops, I'm trying to rename. But yeah, it's interesting. I think there's a lot of opportunities to go around to design fonts. It's just there's not a lot of studios out there that do it. I think there are some people. You know, I suppose people can kind of raise their hand in chat if they want to talk about it a bit more. Feel free, but I think a lot of times what you'll see is freelancers that contract with ad agencies or design agencies who need, maybe a font for a specific branding thing or something like that. So they might reach out to somebody and say, hey, we need a font, blah, 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 and kind of go that route. That's probably the most common scenario that I'm familiar with, or that I've heard of, I should say. But yeah, for the time being, I don't know. It's fun to do things as a hobby. I will say too, I used to do freelance web design. I do not do freelance web design anymore. Really wasn't my jam after a while. But yeah, I have a lot of respect for people who go down the self-employment route. It is. I feel like it's one of those things that it's more difficult than it looks like. Especially just, speaking to where I am in America, you got things like health insurance and all that other kind of fun stuff that you got to deal with. And I mean, fortunately, being married, I was able to use things like my wife's insurance for things like that. But yeah, it can be a bit of a grind. So massive props to those who go for it. All right. Theft and piracy is a huge issue in the field, and not in licensing. Yeah, I do know there's people who worry about it a lot more than I do. And I do know, sadly, unfortunately, if you know where to look, you can find sites that even pirate my own typefaces. It's one of those things where could I probably go after it a lot more? I probably should. I try to, at least where I can. But it's one of those things where, it's the internet, and unfortunately, it's always going to be there in some way, shape, or form. And I wish there was a better way to deal with it, but personally, I have not found what that way is yet. Alright, so just trying to get this ring to kind of feel like it belongs. I was kind of debating too. I've seen some typefaces where it actually, the ring shape actually kind of goes in like this. I was kind of debating, and maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll leave it there and just kind of see how that feels. It kind of looks like a little person. I've seen some unique solutions like that. I'm gonna let that marinate for a little bit. Yeah. That's awesome, Alana. Yeah. I suppose the one benefit, especially, I mean, this is probably freelance in general, but especially with type design, is you're pretty much free to do it kind of anytime during the day that you are able. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, being a mom, I mean, that alone is a full-time job that needs to pay more, I think. I have a lot of respect for parents who juggle a small biz and kids. That's, man, hats off. I don't think parents get enough credit. I just have to deal with a couple of dogs, and that's the extent of my parenting. So. I will be honest, back to type design here just for a moment. This was the letter that I was really kind of excited about. Because it was just going to look super, super awesome like that. I am kind of debating. Maybe this isn't going to be a debate. Hold on. But we could do one of those things where the crossbar, I get these to line up a little bit better so I can see what I'm doing. I'm kind of thinking we do something like that. What do we think in chat? I know it's a little bit higher than the A, but I don't know, to me that looks kind of cool. They can be pretty troublesome children. Yes, they can. Yeah, if you were on just a little bit earlier, I have a small dog that was absolutely being a problem child. That AE works way better than it should. I didn't even plan it to be this good. Yeah, though, that is super awesome. Yep, we're rolling with it. Didn't expect that one to go so fast, but there we are. Yeah, it'd be a really cool logo. Well, let's see if we can go 2 for 2. How does the OE work then? Let's see, automatic alignment goes away. We need to edit one of these characters to work, but alright. Let's actually get these side bearings set up as well here. Get all of those. And we're just going to use the width of the E on that side because the other thing I'm looking at here, I kind of would like this to taper in just a little bit so it doesn't feel like there's a ton going on there, but yeah, even that works out pretty well. Actually, now that I say that, kind of debating bringing that back out just a little bit. Maybe it needs to rely on the width of the O for that stem. And in my eye, that looks better. I think we might roll with that. Yeah. I mean, some of this too, I'm kind of calling it, I guess, a rough draft. This could definitely be one of those things where I come back a week or a month from now and completely change my mind about how I did something. Maybe I see something I didn't see in the live stream here. There are some easy ones like the thorn here. We can decompose. Let's see. Again, some of this is going to be out of my element. But I also don't think a thorn is really that tricky either. Yeah, so the thing I'm learning about alignment, and this is kind of something that I've been trying to overcome as I'm in class here, but I think kind of where I'm landing is that sometimes type design can be what I call perfect imperfection or imperfect perfection, I guess depending on which way you want to view it. Because I noticed, especially when I started out as a type designer, it was really easy to get caught up all the way through to a fault, trying to make things technically perfect, that everything lined up to a number, an even number, a whole number, round number, what have you. And then what would happen was I would step back and something wouldn't look right. And so now what I try and embrace is to have my eye drive things a little bit more, and sometimes what that means is that the technical things, the numbers, it might end up with 148, for something, but to my eye it looks how it should. So that's kind of the MO for that. Seems to be working out. Now for the F. This one was going to be a little bit tricky because the inside of the D is just so small. So I think what my plan for this is maybe do something like that. And then we'll just kind of figure out the side bearings from there. Oops, don't want to edit the regular D, just do this one, maybe 0.25. It's going to need some space. Oh, that's cool that you teach math. Hopefully I don't need to apologize too much about the pre-calc comment earlier. I was, the funny part is I remember once upon a time saying that I was so excited to get out of school because it meant I didn't have to do math anymore. And that was kind of my running thing as to why I picked more of an artistic background, because I was absolutely convinced that, I would get into this and I wouldn't have to deal with math. The funny thing as a type designer and even a graphic designer is, as I've gone down the path of learning about things like grids or, all the stuff that you're watching here with type design, it's amazing how much design runs on math. I mean, granted, it's geometry and not pre-calc, but it's like I had this idea that by doing this and going down this career path that I would be getting away from math, and it's almost like I just ran straight into it. So I guess the joke's kind of on me a little bit for that. Let's see here. I had an idea for this. We'll see if this actually pans out. But I'm kind of, I guess you could say I'm inspired by, like when you see a dollar sign, for example. Especially like a thicker dollar sign where it's just a line up at the top and then the bottom and then nothing through the middle, which is probably what I'm going to be doing for this one anyway. Actually, I'm wondering if that's kind of the same solution I'm going to have for this. The tough part is going to be keeping this square on the ends. You may just need to rotate it. I am kind of making a mess here of this, but I'd like to say there's a method to the madness. There's really no method to the madness right now. It's just me. I'm just trying to get this a little bit more straight up and down. Philosophy. Oh, nice. Oh, wait. Oh, philosophy, not to distinguish math from art sense as well. Yeah. And honestly, too, I think had my math teachers maybe tied the two together a little bit more, maybe I would have taken a different opinion to it. Maybe something would have stuck out a little bit better to me, or maybe made more sense, but you know, not that it was really their fault either. I have no ill will towards my teachers from high school, but yeah, I definitely, the prevailing philosophy with a lot of them was that we would take a lot of notes, and that was always the tough part, was this constant thing of taking notes, and just staring at a board all day and taking notes was definitely not my jam. One other thing I'm going to do here is we're going to kind of do like the like you would see with an X. This is kind of the classic drinking straw problem, where we want these to look like they connect even though they absolutely do not. I'm kind of thinking something like that for the O slash, and since I do have the space down here, I might let it go a little bit more. Only toss in the side bearings for the O there. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Actually, giving myself permission to let that go a little bit more too. Visually, also trying to keep the top maybe just a touch shorter than the bottom. Ooh, yes. You can never go wrong with digital music. Almost always I'm listening to some sort of techno, particularly when I'm not streaming, because, you know, copyright and whatnot, but that's pretty cool. Alright, I don't know if that O slash is completely successful like I had hoped for. It's not really a slash in there, but at least for the moment I'm not exactly sure what else I can do for that. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a choice, but it's kind of a necessity too, because if I did just run it straight through, it would just look like a big block of cheese, basically. Which, while that sounds delicious, is not exactly what I'm aiming for, so... let's see here. One other thing I'm going to do as well, it's not reconnect nodes, I'm going to unlock this, because I really don't need that anymore. We'll go over to the L slash, and I'm just going to arbitrarily make a slash. Yeah, I think that's about right. We'll just kind of maybe have the bulk of it intersect. Maybe something like that. One other thing I'm kind of curious about. Wait, did it? Oh, it did. Maybe we'll just do an ever so slightly taper there. A font with variable weight. Yes, many times. As a matter of fact, if you go to my Creative Market store, Farwell IPA is the font, and that is a variable font. They are a blast to play with. I do have a few more in progress. Nothing ready to really show the public yet, but yeah, I do have a lot of fun playing with variable fonts. I wish more people would, to be honest. But yeah. It's also kind of fun animating them too. I don't know if you're familiar with Font Gauntlet at all, but it's always fun to take a variable font into Font Gauntlet and just kind of play around with it a little bit. Truthfully, they aren't as much of a headache as you would think. It's more or less just kind of, I guess, keeping track of things is probably the better way to put it. But as long as you're kind of keeping track of where different points and shapes and stuff are at, usually you can get along pretty well with a variable font. Hey Valerie, good to see you. Font omelet. Well, now you got me hungry. No, it's font gauntlet. G-A-U. Wait, now I gotta actually type this out. I didn't. Font G-A-U-N-T-L-E-T. Font gauntlet. I kind of want to see what font omelet would be, though. You have my interest. Alright. So we are down to the last diacritical mark that I have in the hopper here. And so the sedilia, this one I have no idea what I'm going to do. But I guess to start, I'm going to use the ring just because it kind of has some of the shape that I'm after. We're also going to go and put a combining mark there. Or a component, I should say. We'll get that lined up as well. So I think what I'm going to do, I know I don't need those points. I think we're going to delete those and those. For the moment, I'm just going to have these line up and run straight off. Eventually we're going to connect those. I really should make that a shortcut someday. But yeah, now the trick is going to be to make this shorter. So the top part's fine, and then this is going to get a bit cozy. But I guess that's effectively what that would do. I'm going to keep my weight there. Yeah, this is not going to look pretty for a while, so we're just going to be honest with ourselves on this. But what it does is it kind of helps me work out where kind of all this needs to go. So kind of have that center there. The other thing that I'm going to do is open this corner, make that a little bit easier to work with. And take that. So that could be. Could it be a good weight coming off? Maybe not. Let's bring in some pieces here just to reference. So we're gonna haul this one down. We'll get that taper pointed towards the top. And I think for the moment, I'm just going to completely line everything up here. I can always go back on this or adjust it later, but true professionals open corners. Yeah. Open corners are a godsend in glyphs. I feel like open corners and actually the fit curve function as well. There's just something about using fit curve. I think I joked about this once in a podcast too, where I just said I feel like a professional using fit curve. Is it the most professional thing to do? I don't even know. But is it fun to use? Oh, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, we're going to just go full professionalism there. The other thing I'm going to do as well, make this kind of, it's looking a little football shaped right now. those lined up, and we'll get these lined up. It's 112 and 112. Okay, so we're even in all the directions here. But kind of thinking something like that. I don't know that this really follows the spirit of the typeface yet, but maybe kind of bring some of that in. I think that connection actually needs to get a little bit thinner. It also looks like too that this bottom part here, at least in the thing that I'm referencing, looks like I could potentially do something like this and kind of drop the weight down a little bit. It looks like more of the weight is carried kind of off to the side here. And then we just kind of go back and make this a little bit rounder. And that's hanging on with that curve. Does feel a bit wide. Maybe we just kind of narrow that up some. And the other thing that I'm going to do is kind of take that down a little bit as well. So the height from there to there becomes 84 and 84. All right. I think we're making some progress here now. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Josh. It's fun to hang out for a little bit. And just for those who are hanging around a little bit longer, plan for me is probably to go for maybe another 2 hours or so here. So beyond that, I could potentially be coerced to hang out a little bit longer. We'll just maybe kind of see where we're at. But I'm kind of making an audible with that. So no promises that I actually do, but one other thing, since we've kind of got that going on there, would it be fun to do something like this? It's subtle, but it kind of looks cool. An S. Oh yeah, actually that does help quite a bit. So kind of like the bottom part of an S, which I guess I was maybe even starting to kind of go there a little bit. Just go this route. I always forget what the trick is to bring up a letter like that, but lens type. Yeah, I think that definitely kind of helps out. So I guess we kind of think of this as more of a spine than anything else. I do think I'm going to maybe kind of shorten these up a little bit though. I'm also kind of looking at a book off to the side here as well. So just kind of comparing it to a few additional things. And then at some point, I think that curve looks a little nicer. Actually, I might even just bring this one up a little more as well. This one's still centered, so that's 34 that way and 31 that way. I think 32 and 33 is probably the best that will be, but that's fine. And we'll just hang on to the fit curve. And the challenge I have is this top curve. Kind of needs to spin around a little bit more so it kind of carries around a little bit better. Same with you, actually. Yeah, I think that works a little bit better. And then what we will do is get rid of the super sharp pointy bit. And of course, too, it's going to be fairly small on a typeface, this element, but if we back up, it just doesn't look so harsh then. So, oh, that's awesome, Lane. Yeah, if you're still on later, let me jump in. We'll just kind of see where my day goes here. Alright. Then it looks like the connecting bit just kind of goes something like that. So the truth is, I could keep working on that forever, but at the same time, I feel like this is the best idea I have ever drawn anywhere, and I did it on a live stream, which I couldn't be happier about. So I don't think I'm going to attempt Fate. I think we're gonna leave that, also because you probably want to see me draw more letters too. So I know when we started about 2 hours ago, I had a big blank screen full of stuff here, and I have to say I think we made some pretty decent progress on a lot of this. The only thing I've got left is a double S, which I had no plan on what to do for that, but yeah, it's huge. I have 242 characters. That ended up being a lot more than I had ever hoped or planned that I would do for the live stream. When I sat down, I was just going to be excited if I finished an uppercase Latin alphabet, but here we are with some language support now. Which is kind of fun, because I feel like a lot of us, myself included, never really touch on this stuff. I know a lot of us do Latin alphabets or characters, so it is kind of fun, the diacritical route instead of lowercase route. Yeah, it just means you have to do more live streams. That's really where I'm landing with this. Yeah, Lance type. I don't know about guest appearances. Truth be told, I'm more of a YouTube streamer than a Twitch streamer. I'm using a service to do both channels today, just for Fontathon, because we can also do raids to some of the other streamers' channels that we're featuring. But I will say this is probably encouraging me to check out Twitch more down the road. So. Alright, what do we say we do a German double S? So for this, I'm doing A, S, and B because I don't really know where else I can start with this. Actually, I don't even know if I need the S. Maybe it's just an A and a B, which is kind of funny considering that's not where the double S comes from, but if anybody was curious, it comes from a long S, is where this originated from. So we'll take these 2 points out, just kind of making some space for this to find its way in. I did have to go one more, there we are. So that extends up a little bit. Actually, what I should have done before I took off moving that is to take all of these, this, and this, So the whole family moves up, and that way I keep all the proper weights. If you can find a way to monetize live streaming. Yeah, I've thought about like the Patreon. I think is it Sophia does something like that as well. Yeah, if I could find a way for people to fund my crippling coffee addiction, that would be fantastic. But I don't know. I've had a few ideas on the topic, and I've never really acted on any of them. I'm also kind of one of those people too that it's like it's awkward enough that I'm asking people for money. So, but the funny part is that shouldn't stop me or shame me from doing it, especially if people are being entertained by it. So I say, if you figure out a way to make that work, or if we need to brainstorm a way to make it work, I'm all ears. Alright, so that's 54 and 54. I think what I'm going to do here, because I kind of like that curve on the side there. There we go. We'll get everybody lined up. Fit curve. Done. So, this is getting there. However, I think we still need to work out a few things. Because this gets kind of weak up through here. I'm kind of wondering, do we just go with a blunter angle on that? Maybe we do. So that's 170 there, 160 there. Actually, that's did better than I thought eyeballing that. Have I done painting live streams? Oh, Akimbo did painting live streams. Okay, when did we miss that? Because that sounds pretty awesome. Also, the double S is starting to kind of get a stencil look. I don't know if I'm completely bothered by that though. Alright, and then let's do these side bearings from the A and the B on this. Alright, so those line up. A laser cutting live stream. Oh, basketball analogy, gotcha. Yeah, I watched some goofy sports, and ironically basketball was not one of them. Although I think that's like the most popular sport right now that everybody watches. Actually, if you really want some tears, you can ask me anything about pop culture, because I am the worst person when it comes to pop culture. I don't even pay attention to pop culture, so. But I think as people found in Type Weekend a couple years ago, ask me anything about cricket, and I can hold a conversation pretty well on that. That's something I do enjoy talking about. But usually nobody goes for that. So kind of what I'm doing here while we're talking about basketball terminology is I kind of liked how these tapered off a little bit more rather than just going thick like the B. I think that actually works a little bit better. Maybe makes it feel a little bit more like a German double S. I'm just gonna get some of these to cooperate just a tad more. Actually, I'm kind of debating if I want to keep that now. Maybe I don't. Turning the car around on that idea. Needs to go one more. There we go. I don't mind it on the one in the center here, but I think the bottom one can just kind of keep doing what it's doing. Awesome. Take care, Kimbo. I should look. I didn't see if you were going to be streaming later today, but if you are, I will make sure to catch you when that goes live. Awesome. All right. Well, I think we'll call that on the German double S for a little while. I mean, the tough part with some of these characters is it's like, actually, you know one thing, back up real quick before we totally call it on this, because I've seen this before where this just kind of drops down, not a ton. So I'm just going to look at this real quick before I fully commit to it. Yeah, I think actually maybe I can go to the descender. I've seen some German double S's do this. And I think for the sake of just kind of making it a little bit different from, especially the B, I think I might just go that route. And then it's kind of a little bit more obvious. Big city noises, by the way. Apologies to anybody. Yeah, I think we might just rock with that. I know there's a few other styles of German double S's I could do as well, but I think that's going to be it for this. All right. So one other thing I did have on my list is numbers. And I think if everybody else is down for it, I think we might give some of these a go. I know I could start getting into more things like punctuation. But I think with numbers, it's kind of exciting because we can maybe get into some fractions too. So we're going to start with this. Now, as far as I know, numbers can be a little bit shorter than letters. Do I want that? I don't think I do. So looking at the specimen, it actually looks like the numbers are the same as the cap height. So, as I bump everything on my desk. So I think we're going to stick with that, because that's what the designers probably originally intended here. Let's just flip to a page. Yeah, the zero and the O actually look really, really close. The only thing I'm noticing is that the O, and I can't determine if this is ink squeeze, but the O looks like it might be a little bit lighter in weight than the zero. But then when I pull out a loop, it really doesn't look that way. So I'm kind of wondering if they just doubled it up. I think I might just let that go for now. We'll kind of see how the rest of the numbers work themselves out here, but I may come back and revisit that. Now for the one, we've got something like this going on. And I'm arbitrarily picking a spot here, but it definitely thins out at the top, which is fine. If we take this, Get that lined up. What this is going to do is it's going to kind of loop or curve around. And I think I can just grab all these and do it. Oddly, looked like that worked better than I expected. So that's more or less the one. That is sticking out way too far though. So let's give this a go. I'm also going to move that up a little bit too. I think I can actually even thicken this up a little bit more as well to help me along the way. But we'll grab all of these points. Effectively, I'm just moving them straight down. So that kind of gets the top. This doesn't have, it's probably more of a wedge shaped, I suppose. May even be two. I'm kind of focused on the top part of this for a moment. I think I can kind of move that up a little bit. And then just kind of reset this bottom one a little more. And those are not quite lined up. There we go, now they're lined up. I'll just kind of move that curve in a little bit more. And I'd say, especially without a scan, that's looking pretty good. That almost looks exactly what I was hoping for. I may just go out, it's about 10 points more, but I think I actually like that. Yeah, we're gonna roll with that. So the thing with numbers that I struggle with is I could just go in numerical order, and that's one way to do this. I know there are things like the 9 and the 6 that kind of relate to the 8, and the 3 and the 5. The 2 kind of shares some DNA with the 0, like the top of the 0, and maybe the top of the 9, kind of the top of the 6 too. I mean, the 1 really doesn't have much else going on for it. Maybe the 4? Do I have a larger 4 I can look at? Maybe we'll do the 4 next. It's kind of... The tough part is unlike letters where like a lowercase n becomes a lowercase h, which then turns into an L and an I. This really doesn't have that. So it just kind of makes it a little bit more of a challenge. But that's also what makes this fun too, right? So I'm just trying to determine how they might have informed, oops, kind of informed some of these decisions. So 4 looks about there. Doesn't really poke out a ton on this side, which is fine. And it looks like when we go over here, this is kind of the width that it ends on. But then here, I think what we're going to do is we're actually just going to rotate this thin piece, because it looks like what the stroke is doing is just kind of setting itself there. And then if we rotate this one, not quite that far, but it looks like this is doing something like this. And then of course we'll have to go back and adjust the weight on this. It kind of looks like it's doing something like that. I actually think I can drop. Probably drop that down just a tad more. I think I'm actually going to work a little bit of a taper into this just because this can get a little bit, yeah, making sure I just have a taper there. Because visually I just don't want this to look like a big, chunky spot. And then if I do kind of a 1 and a 0 next to that, it seems like it works. Yes, now that I look at it, my 4 ended up feeling a little wide here. We'll kind of work this around till it feels about right. One thing I actually think they did do, maybe this kind of helps me out a little bit as well. Trying to debate if that's what they did just to kind of offset that a little bit. Maybe not to that extreme. It's just 5 points, but I don't think anybody's eye would notice that. Or maybe it tapered. Maybe that's the way it went. It looks like that, maybe just a little bit lighter. This could actually go a little bit lighter too, maybe. So actually what I'm going to do, I've kind of been going about this a little bit blind, but yeah, as I'm seeing this here, maybe this is just the easier way to do it. So let's not do a new font. Don't want to start over today. But I'm just going to grab a screenshot and pull it in here. This will be fun too to see how close I was, because I kind of feel that I wasn't. Or maybe I was. Well, everybody's been watching my screen, so clearly we all saw me eyeball this, but that's actually not far off at all. Wow. It does appear that I called it on the taper, so that's cool. The width was about right here. It looks like the only thing I missed. Wow. I can't believe I got it this close. For eyeballing it, especially. Okay, usually I don't like breaking myself up too much, but holy cow, I'm kind of geeking out over. So this was the secret. So this just needed to do that. Just throw a point there. That's probably a terrible way to do it, but actually what I'll do, I'll just make that more obvious there. And then align you and you. Okay, so truthfully, that worked out amazing. I'll just kind of taper that in a little bit. I think there is some tapering going on here as well, probably for ink swell. but I'm inclined to say I'm not going to do it that way. But what I will do, those are 4, that's 11. That is 6, and that is 9. We're just going to get these even. We'll just kind of have it evenly taper on both sides, and maybe that's how that goes. It's not a ton, but it's enough that brings me joy, so roll with it. Okay, wow, yeah, that was pretty spectacular. I'm glad I had people there to actually watch me do that, because if I was doing this on my own, you probably never would have believed me that I got it that close in the first try. Fantastic. Alright, so I guess the other one that sort of relates very mildly, I could see if I have a 7 here. I don't know if I scanned a 7 though. But I also think the 7's probably going to be less of a headache. Or we can say that that was just famous last words. We'll find out here. So some things I know about the 7 because I can kind of compare it here. What do I know about the 7? Presuming it's roughly the same width as the 4. So this is the tough part now because I don't have a 7 and a 4 in the same point size. So I'm kind of going in this a little bit blind. Get that out of the way. And it definitely tapers. And I think what we need to do is just kind of figure out. That's loosely centered there. And then what this does kind of taper up just a touch, which is where at that point find a comfy home. Now what this does, we'll see how this works first. Okay, so those two control points are even with each other, but actually what this is trying to do, I may actually go a tad thicker, but this is definitely a tad thinner. My 7 also looks like it's falling over, so I'm just going to focus on this part for now. I think too, I'll just kind of moves up just a little bit there. One other thing I'm noticing is it seems like it does have a moment of being straight. So it's like it kind of moves up straight first and then starts to curve over, particularly on that side. Which I'm not sure why they chose to do that, but we'll roll with it. And I guess the top of this just kind of finds its way over. Let's see here. I do have a 7 next to an 8, but I don't have an 8 yet to compare that to. If I do, let's do 1470. I keep going back and forth because it looks like this, I guess this is the flag. For some reason it looks a little bit thicker. Maybe it's kind of, maybe there's kind of like a philosophy with the Z going on. Maybe that's what I'm seeing here. actually going to move this over even more. Maybe not a ton, not that much. Probably actually just going to redraw these curves too now that I've done all this work. Those go there. Those go there. Just kind of drop down a little bit. This maybe just a touch more. It definitely feels like it's something like this. I feel like I'm close. Unfortunately, I don't have a scan very quickly that I can pop in here like we did with the 4, because that was kind of fun to do, but throw some basic side bearings on it. If it looks right, it is right. Maybe. Yeah, one other thing. Oh, you got an awesome start on your lowercase today. That's awesome, Martha. Yeah, at some point, if you ever share it, let me know. Love to see the progress on that. I think this 7 might be getting filed under close enough. This is the joy about this part of the design process, because now it's a lot more finicky, I think. And who knows, I might just have to scan some of these in and double check it against something else, but at least in the tiny preview it looks right. It looks fairly balanced. I think too, probably the last thing I'll just maybe adjust on this. This didn't seem so harsh. But yeah, I'd say I'm reasonably happy with that. Oh boy, the spam bots are back. Let's see, put user in timeout. Add. Let's see. All right, I think I got all the spammers out of there. Interestingly, the YouTube chat seems to find its way in into the spammers stuff. Is there a way I can? Let's see, unwanted content or spam report. Oh, that completely gets rid of it then. Fantastic. I don't know if this blocks it, but guess we'll find out. As far as the 7, keeping it in 2 elements, yeah, I do keep it in 2 elements. I know you could put it in 1. I've seen some people that go about it that way. At some point, I might combine it back into 1 and just do an open corner in a couple places, but I guess it's probably just more of a workflow thing than anything, and kind of what I'm used to. So that's just what I stick with. actually with the 7, I'm thinking I could use this piece. We can get the base of the 2 out of that. I'm thinking we can do the 5 as well at some point, but let's see here. I'm actually going to steal it from an O. Get a little wider. Well, do I want it a little wider? This number is usually, I think, if I'm remembering all my classes right, I think they're usually a little bit narrower. So let's go with that. We're going to start with that for now. Get all of these connected and aligned. And then from here, it's kind of a similar story to what the 7 did, where there's maybe a taper. Of course, it's not going to be quite as extreme as the 7's taper was, but alright. For a moment I thought we had another spammer. I think we're good though. Alright, so now it isn't quite this, I guess, pronounced. What I'm kind of wondering, I might just kind of work on this side for a moment. Well, actually, wait, does it go? Because it certainly seems like it straightens out at some point. And that's what I'm trying to work out here. I'm almost kind of wondering if maybe that's the better way to do it. So it kind of makes the curve, but then it goes straight. I am open to any tips or ideas people have on how you might draw this, because I am just kind of making this one up as I go a little bit. Just trying to figure out this curve. It's gonna be the challenge. Kind of wonder too, is that what's kind of throwing me off a little bit? Maybe we'll do the other side and just kind of see how this all matches up. Alright, so things that I'm thinking now that I see this may need a little bit of work. It actually looks like this. It's almost like that point is kind of more down there. And then we just go really thick on that. I don't know if this is the best way to do it though. Probably not. Maybe what it means is that this is just further up. I also need to work on the width of that anyway, so that's fine. Yeah, maybe do something. Looks like kind of a pleasant curve there. whole chunk actually could kind of move out a little bit more. Does this benefit from doing anything? Maybe it kind of does, actually. And then this obviously is just way, way too heavy. So that's 148. It almost feels like that should be wider. If I did 160, which is closer to a curve, feels like too much. If I do 158, I think that's 158. 157.8, close enough. I think that actually kind of feels a little bit better. Get that curve to resolve a little bit nicer. Starting to feel more like a 2 now. And then the only thing that I've got to kind of get sorted out here is it looks like this drops. Oops, wrong button. There we go. It looks like this kind of drops down way more. It's probably a little bit narrower, I presume. Something more like that. Actually, now that I look at it, it feels like the whole top could be a bit wider. So we'll see how that kind of works. Because I've got some overshoot here, I don't mind that these 2 points more or less line up. I think that's fine. But at least we're making sure this front part here is kind of doing something a little bit better. The other thing that I'm noticing, I may actually go back to 168 because this feels like it should be narrower. It's almost like they did something like that. And then it kind of tapered off. Oh, spammer person. I have to find out if there's a way that we can let's see. Oh, I can block user on YouTube. Oops, that's not. Ah! Hide. It's funny, the chat moves and then I end up accidentally putting it on the screen. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Now I think I actually have them blocked. Alright, we're going to assume that worked this time. So hopefully no more spammers there. Okay. So back to drawing 2. Yeah, the only other thing just kind of curves around a little bit more. Also throw some side bearings on just to kind of help me out a little bit here. I mean, it seems like it kind of balances. And they will add too. I mean, these are kind of some slightly goofy numbers that they'd put together here. Kind of wonder if that's a better choice. I feel like I'm hovering around the right idea anyway. Try and get those curves a little bit more even. I mean, hey, it looks like 2, right? I think we can carry on with that. So the nice part is, I think we can maybe use some of this for the 3. The more I dig into this, the more it really seems like they kind of went hard on just kind of using letters for a lot of this stuff. So if we connect those 2 points, this was definitely not that long. It might have actually just been a touch shorter there. And then we will want to take, the top should be a little bit narrower, so those line up. We'll connect those nodes. So we're halfway around. And then I might go back to the O to finish this off. Actually, no. Let's go to this. This probably makes more sense because flip it, move it down. It goes there. Those are aligned. So let's connect those. And for down here, trying to see. Oh, I was one off. We connect those, and at least that's kind of the beginnings of a 3. But the thing that I wanted to do is kind of widen out the bottom a little bit, which I think might really be all it really needs. And the other thing that I'm going to do, we're just going to kind of taper those in a little bit more. Actually, I'm going to bring these points up a little as well, just to kind of that work. Bring those down a little. It just kind of creates a nice pleasant curve and kind of tapers off. It's not some big chunky ending to it. So then up here, I've got 5 units. I might do 10. Just to try and even that up some. Get these moved over. Hopefully just make sure the points are in the right spot. The funny thing I'm looking at is the 3 does kind of have this sharp point there, kind of. Which I have to wonder if they did kind of riff off the B. Because I've already made so many decisions about this, I think I am going to kind of relax it just a little bit, though. Just because I'm kind of thinking that looks a little bit better. May even pull that in. Well, actually, let's do it this way. I don't know if that really needs to be as thick as it was. And then I can kind of poke out a little bit more, but effectively. There's a 3. All right. Yeah, again, I mean, it looks pretty close to what I'm seeing. Actually, as I look a little bit closer, what's kind of funny, and not something that I want to include in this one, but it actually looks like this kind of curves up and almost kind of makes a weird kind of blunt shape on the character, which is interesting. Yeah, definitely don't want to do that. I like my version better. It's a little bit more modern. All right, so 5, 6, 8, and 9 are the remaining pieces of the puzzle here. I think what I'm going to do for just a moment before we get to those is just step away for a brief moment and take a break. So I will be back. All right. And that break was mostly just to get caught up on Fontathon's social media. All right, awesome. Hey, Sophia. Just finished some work. Now you're back. Awesome. We are drawing numbers. I guess I probably should do a recap because I think we've kind of cycled through some people here, but we had some diacritical fun to kick off the stream today. And that really just kind of feels like it's putting it mildly, but it's kind of crazy to see how much this font has grown in basically 24 hours. But yeah, I think we've made some pretty good progress with that. Again, I may go back and kind of adjust some of these at some point later on, but kind of figured a lot of this was really just good for a rough draft format. Do have a few punctuation marks that have been taken care of. Obviously, we've got our diacritical marks down there, and for the moment, we've just been kind of plucking away at some numbers. So I've got 4 left. Schedule-wise, I had an hour left to go on the stream, but I also kind of figured, you know what, if we're having fun, I'm open to going a little bit longer as well. So we'll just kind of make that a game time decision when we get to that point. But anyway, to get back to the task at hand, I think what I'm going to do, we're just going to kind of get this 5 taken care of, and also get the spammer taken care of. Oh, it says hide user on this. I wonder if that's what I need to hit. Oops, put user in timeout, but hide user on this channel. Does that do it? There we go. Bye-bye, Mr. Spammer. All right. I gotta love YouTube. Yaron, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but thank you so much for the wonderful comments. Glad you're enjoying it. All right. So now to actually make a 5 here. And what parts and pieces do I want to use? I think the 7's probably something we might do with that. So one thing for sure is that that's going to kind of taper in. And we're going to open this shape up. And then just kind of figure out how all this goes together. So that looks a little bit more even in my specimen. This also looks like it needs to come down a lot lower too. Yeah, something like that. And actually this part, it's a corner for a moment. Actually just look at this part, just does this. Is that what I want it to do though? So maybe not, maybe this does go all the way back here. And then we readjust. It looks a little more right. We'll kind of do the same thing here actually. There we go. So that kind of bumps out a little bit that way. Appears maybe I could kind of move this down just a touch. That looks about right. For there, it's kind of the same thing up here too. But in this case, it's certainly shorter as it kind of moves around. Something more like that. And the other thing that we have to factor in is that this part kind of shortens up like that. So then what we need to do is make sure that this curve and this curve kind of get readjusted a little bit, so get something more like that. With these pieces figured out, the next thing is just kind of determining that space there. Actually move down so those are even. What this also tells me is this actually closes up a little bit more than I originally had, but maybe something like that. And then I'll add in a new piece here. So this part. Have that overlap in the upper corner there. Actually just gonna get rid of that point as well. Don't really need it. And then those 2 points overlap down there. And that almost is where I want to be. Thing I'm curious about. I'll kind of address that a little bit later, but it seems like it kind of does that. I might actually be... I think I can actually just kind of bring that back a little bit. Doesn't need to be so far over. The other thing that I'm going to need to do is This, I guess, in programming I would call it a known bug, but these two pieces need to just move over like such. And do that just so we kind of get a nice taper there. Maybe it's something like that. But on the flip side, those two things appear to line up, so got to sort that out next. So those are over the top of each other. And you can get my alignment line. There we go. Kind of works like that. Kind of works like that. Now I think we're making some progress. One thing it actually kind of looks like it does a little bit is this. And I'm a-okay with that. The other thing it looks like it does, we're gonna move this up, maybe kind of in a little bit more just to get more some going on there, but it also looks like it kind of tapers up like that a little bit. I probably made that a little bit more extreme than it needed to be, but at the same time I don't think I'm opposed to it either. I'm just gonna toss the 3 next to this as well. I feel like those two would kind of relate. Yeah, more or less feels like that's a 5. Just kind of get that off the screen there. Yeah, I think the only thing that is different that I can figure is it seems like this tail comes up way more. But I don't know if I want to make it that much. Maybe I go up a little bit, but not an extreme. I don't know if 5 units probably doesn't really make much of a difference. Maybe we'll just leave it there. But I'd say that's pretty close to a 5. Can be happy with that. So the good news is, sorry internet, I'm not making your favorite number, but kind of with this setup going on here, we can definitely start figuring out things like the 6 now. So from what I gather here, the 6, I mean, sometimes I'm kind of scratching my head over what they did, but the 6, also I don't need these points, because we're not doing any diacritical marks on a number. But it almost looks like it shares the shape on the specimen with, oops, I didn't want that to connect. Make sure I grab the right tool as well while I'm at it. It's almost like they just took the bottom of the 5 and just kind of flipped and rotated it around. And then those kind of just line up as they do. Then what we'll do is we'll bring these back to their respective points. From here, I'm going to delete this. And then looks like this piece becomes this piece. And we just select the right points to make glyphs realize I want to close it. Now we'll have to do some adjusting here, which was to be expected. For something like this, what we can do is just make all these shapes even, because yeah, they kind of kept the round circle there. I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't really have a larger number to go off of here. But kind of like the 2, that will need to kind of just behave a little bit more. Even just kind of go up a little bit. The other thing, it just feels a little bit more rounded there, like that. And then this whole piece here doesn't need to be as tall as it is. Actually, if I put a 5 here, it's like it's a little bit shorter, but not a ton shorter than the 5. Something about like that. And the other thing I'm going to do is just move that in a little bit more. It pretty much gets us our 6. Now the funny part that I need to take a look at here. Where do I have a 9? I know I had one. I had a 94. So I guess we can do 94. But if we put some side bearings on this... Actually, I did not put side bearings on this. So we'll do that before I forget. Yeah, it looks like this for the 9 just finds its way down a little bit more. And that kind of does that. It doesn't really look like there's a ton of optical corrections to that. The other thing I'm just kind of wondering, I'm going to do this on the 6 as well. And maybe the 5 while we're at it. Just kind of like how that tapers in a little bit more. Alright. So, pretty solid numbers. I mean, when I look down at my specimen book and look back up at the screen, I'd say that looked pretty close, so no complaints about that. So as far as the 8 goes, it's definitely a Snowman 8. Which I'm presuming a few people probably saw that one coming, but what's interesting is just going to be trying to figure out how to stack this. Because this part definitely here to here seems shorter. Maybe about like that. The other thing we're going to keep in mind is that this is going to taper in at the top too, but we're just going to flip this upside down. I'm not going to resize it that way, but get that there. And then for this, I'm just going to work on this inner shape first, because it's nearly just straight up round. So that's that part. And then for this part, make sure we grab the right handles here. This is going to look like a mess for a bit. But I'm just going to do something like that. And these two, pretty much going to make that a straight up oval there. But then what I've got to do is make that smaller. So that's pretty much our snowman 8. Get that there. So this does kind of have a thing going on a little bit like the B. And how do I want to handle this? Yeah, this will be a fun challenge. But I'm kind of wondering, and also since this is kind of a bit of a symmetrical shape, I'm just going to focus on one half and then we'll worry about the other later. Actually, we're going to kind of bring those back in a little bit. But it looks like what's happening so let's just take that whole row of points, we'll make those even, because I think I could just kind of do that. But anyway, the idea here is that I can kind of get these two spaced out effectively. I'm just kind of creating a flat spot on the part where it joins that nobody's ever going to see, except anybody who's watching this live stream. But I'm just going to do some of this so that Glyphs doesn't get too angry at me. So kind of what I want is, that's 9 units away, that's 11 units away, and that is now 9 units away. No wait, that's 7. That's 8. I must have hit something too fast by accident. There we go. Now we're even. Perfect. Because what I'm looking at here on both of these shapes is it does seem to be a bit thinner here on the join, which I'm fine with. But it also seems like there's a sharper corner. Just gonna see. Go figure. This is the trickiest thing that I would make for the entire thing of Typeathon or Fontathon. So yeah, and I'll just kind of move that up a little bit. I'm starting to feel like this is there in spirit, but not much else. Don't think I need that anymore. I'll go back to the 5 since I can kind of compare the 2 to that. Actually, one more thing I'm going to do is we're just going to go ahead and make this even on both sides again. And then find the pieces that did not join together, which is probably these two. Alright. Correct all my path directions. Always bugs me when Glyphs does this, but I guess that's going to be what it is. So kind of where I'm landing is it seems like this is too wide. Oh hey, I'm up type. Good to see you back. Alright, so or is this just about it getting narrower? Maybe that's the better way to go. If I'm being quite frank, this is looking atrocious right now. Let's see, do I have a scan of the 8? I do have a scan of the 8. And I think I'm going to give up on this. I can definitely tell you this is not as close as the 4 was. As a matter of fact, this might be super far off. So, first thing I want to do here is kind of rotate that a little bit. Earlier we were talking about font editors. One thing I will hand to RoboFont is the clear winner does it best is placing reference images. I do feel like Glyphs does get a little finicky with that, so alright, where were we at? So yeah, we were off by a good margin here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take you and you, and it looks like that actually just needs to go this way and this way. That's 56 units, that's 62. But what I'm going to do is we're just going to flip you upside down. Delete that. Keeping things here, even here, is just going to be the name of the game for a bit, but we'll get this figured out. So that's that shape, which I'm actually gonna make that just a touch rounder, so I think that's fine. What I'm actually gonna do is just delete this top one here, and then we'll kind of use this as our guidepost. So with that, if I just do that and that, so that gets us the inside, which is totally fine. Now for the outside. Definitely has that snowman shape to it. I suppose now everyone can kind of see what I was fighting with here. Let's see, that's 142, 145. 142, perfect. And I presume all this stuff lines up. I think I was doing a pretty good job of keeping everything even here. Top and bottom won't line up, that's fine. But it seems like this is where the problems were, so this is what we get to figure out. So we'll do that for that, and then actually it looks like this, maybe I was a little bit hard on myself. Okay, that actually is starting to look more like what I was intending. Yeah, this is looking more like an 8 now. It is a bit narrower than everything else right off the bat that I can see. And I actually liked the wider numerals, so we are going to make that a bit wider. The width of that was 122. That is 132. I'm hoping just kind of doing some of this just gives it a little bit of additional weight, which I think it will. And then I'm actually just going to kind of keep widening this out here for a little bit. And eventually, ideally, it'll be somewhere that I feel happy with this. So, alright. Just gonna throw some spacing on there too. I feel like this is close. That's 159. What was this one? That's kind of what I'm going off of. That's 170. So do we just go 10 units wider? I think that actually kind of does the trick. I'm just going to kind of round these over just a bit more. Kind of works. This does kind of have a mushroom top of sorts that, oh, now when I look at this it looks so goofy. Maybe that does it a little bit better. Where's this point? It's at the 677. Where's this one at? 679. Dang. Because primarily I was just curious what happens if I bump it up, but that might not be what I want. Maybe that's the better way to do it. Also kind of wondering too, just to kind of finish off the numbers here, is does the top maybe just get a little bit like such and like such? I think standing back that looks a little better. I think, oops, wrong thing. I think I might actually just kind of bring this negative space just a little bolder too. I feel like I can kind of make that decision. The other thing, do I bring the waist of this down a little bit too? It's 5 units. Maybe it doesn't make a difference, but it makes me happier. So, all right. We have numbers. So standing back, I guess this is really not too terrible of a thing, but the 7 looks a little light. So we'll just kind of put it in a lineup like that. And just kind of bold it up until it looks maybe a little bit nicer. Maybe we get it to lean back a little bit more. But a little extra weight kind of helps that out a little bit. Angles are tough. There we go. I think we got the width there about the same too. The 6 does look a little bit dark compared to things like the 9 as well, but I think we'll be okay with that. All right. So one thing we could take a look at here, just trying to think of how we kind of want to maybe wind things down a little bit. So we could do the fractions. I think oddly enough the sample fraction that I have isn't even 1/2. It's yeah, it's 3/8. They do have super tiny 1/2, 1/3, 2/3, 1/4, 3/4, 1/8, 3/8, 5/8, and 7/8, which is a lot. Probably not on stream. Maybe I'll consider doing those, or maybe I'll just make it so you can kind of create your own. But this gets into the challenge of superior and trying to remember what the other ones were for numbers. Fractions. The denominator, is that it? I think. And there are some preset ones here too. Interestingly, this brings in the full-size number. Let's see, that was 1/8. I guess. Well, I guess if it brought in 3/8, I want this empty base cliff. There we go. Oh, it doesn't have auto align on. Perfect. For no other reason than I'm just guessing, we're gonna say half the size. So it's interesting with these fractions. The original design made them very wide. Now I could be open to that, but I'm not sure how that's going to work. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, what's interesting is that it's wide. And there we go. And then, yeah, it almost feels too wide in the specimen. If I'm gonna do 3/8 like this, the other thing is that the numbers are way bolder too. So I'm actually probably gonna have to make, I guess, kind of effectively a bold character. Oh, hey Thomas, good to see you. I know it was platform 9 3/4, but we're gonna change things up a little bit. So, let's see here. That's 133. That's not 133. It's now 138. There. Now that math's right. What's also kind of interesting too is the type specimen here. It only puts the fractions together. It doesn't put them next to any of the full-size numbers. So it's kind of a guessing game on what we're doing here. So yeah. I'm just gonna figure out a way to make this work, and I guess we'll go from there. I think for this, we're gonna do a little offset stroke here. We'll keep these compatible too in case I ever decide to make this a variable font. I'm just kind of guessing on how much this needs to get bolder. Actually, what I'm noticing too is the numbers are just larger in general. And that poor 8 is hanging on there. But let's see. So the height for this was 425. What if we do 525 that way? So maybe we stay truer to the wider fractions. I feel like I never see those anyway. This could work. This may end in disaster too. I'm openly willing to admit that. Doesn't go a ton over the top of the 8. But maybe kind of something like that. I think what I'm noticing here, I don't know if 475 is my magic number. But yeah, the specimen does something kind of goofy like that. And then this actually just feels a little bit narrower, so I guess I have that as an option if I want it. But yeah, oddly enough, that's pretty much what I'm seeing in the specimen here. It's something like that. Yeah, they definitely went with wider fractions here. Part of me's wondering. Diagonals are my kryptonite, by the way. But I'm just kind of debating how wide I can kind of make this. I am kind of departing a little bit from this. Actually, you know what? It almost looks like the angle's even more like this. Yeah, that looks way closer to what the specimen has. I'm not exactly sure how I'm feeling about this. But it feels like that can go over more that way, so I guess that's something. I don't know if I want to make that diagonal any thicker than what it already is. Maybe that's where it goes. But yeah, it's pretty much a slash with two numbers on either side of it, so. Alright, I'll close this window out here. Where else can I reuse this? Let's see. I cannot paste that in there. I always keep hoping the glyphs would let me do that and it doesn't. Let's see, if I do that, yeah, it continually brings in these, which I don't want. But this, I think, could do here. And then if I bring in that there, that's gonna make that angry, but that's fine. We'll kind of work through this. So if I generate the 8, 0 and 0, that brings that down there. Oh, and then I've got automatic alignment, which I don't really need. That kind of brings us back to where we were. I don't know if I'm actually opposed to just kind of bringing these together a touch more and making that work. So then if I go back to my original sample here, it's not terrible. I'll be honest, I am a little bit out of my element with this kind of stuff, but showing off the fractions, yeah. But I'm being completely honest that I am way outside of my element here trying to do these, so we're just kind of figuring this out as we go. Actually, what I'm going to do, all of the things that have eighth in them, there's no real need to reinvent the wheel because we can just reuse that part. Don't want the 7 there for a moment. I'll do 0 and 0. Take all of you out and do 0 and 0. So we've got some side bearings there. I did 475 for that. If I brought in the 1, I'm gonna say 465. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. Decompose that. Now let's make it 465. That looks too tall still. 445. Yep, that looks about where I want to be. Oh, I suppose because I probably, I bet you the offset path probably played havoc with that. So anyway, if we take this drop it back to the 8 here real quick. I will be drawing superiors as components. I'm kind of doing it, I suppose, a little bit backwards, but I make sure it looks good here, and then go back, so I do have them in here, but it's just kind of backwards. So then once we go back here, do the one superior, and then just kind of work it out so it looks about right. Yeah, that's pretty much how I'm doing it. But yeah, if there's a better way, by the way, completely open to knowing about it. So we'll decompose this one. We did 445. Oops. Helps to select the character first, then do 445. We'll do our little offset curve on it. And determine if that's something that I like. I think it is. Actually, what I should do, since you mentioned it, we'll get all of those in, and then actually I feel like I'm probably did that wrong, but those are subs. Let's see, did I grab from the wrong pile here? So those are the ones that are NUMR. Well, we can do this the painful way, I suppose. There. Now everybody's in the right line. So if we go back here, I'm also going to grab this, so we can kind of put those two next to each other. Looks like they're getting along. And then 5. Let's see. Just kind of line all this up using one thing to figure out another. That seems like the right way to do this. Now we don't need 3/8 anymore. Awesome. Hey again, good to see you back. I'm so happy to hear that it's being inspiring as well. Yeah, it's been so much fun seeing people kind of pop in and out, really, on all of our streams. I think there was a few other folks earlier that were feeling inspired to start designing their own typefaces or kind of get started on a project that they've been putting off for a while. And really, I'm kind of excited that that's what's been inspiring people, is to kind of see what they come up with, or maybe it's just kind of that little push that they needed to get started on a project. what I was kind of interested too, I probably should have asked at some point. I guess I didn't think till now, but if there was anybody who has never designed a typeface before that's decided to give it a go after this weekend, those are the ones I was kind of curious about as well. As much as I love, everybody who already designs, type and does stuff, because it's good to motivate existing type designers as well. But I thought it'd be kind of fun to see at some point if there's anybody that saw one of these streams and then just decided to give it a go after watching us. All right. Just gonna make those a little bit shorter. Jump back here. So yeah, making good progress, I think. Will be a continuing thing. So for Fontathon specifically, at the moment, I don't know really kind of what our plan is to continue as Fontathon. I think this could be kind of a fun annual thing to do. Maybe we grow it again in the future. But as far as the rest of us goes, yeah, I know we all kind of have individually done our own streams over the years. And everybody that we've kind of featured on the Fontathon Instagram page are all the folks that are kind of the regulars that I know of at the moment. Throughout the weekend, we've had some new faces pop in to say hi and share their channels as well, which has been great to see. So yeah, we do have that. And I know that post Fontathon, you'll be hearing and seeing more about those individual streams. So if you are enjoying it, yeah, make sure to follow everybody on, Twitch is kind of the big one for a lot of us, but me personally, I do YouTube probably more than Twitch, although that may change after this. Maybe we'll consider doing a little bit more on Twitch. I think Aerotype also does a bit more on YouTube as well. I forget I don't think he was doing anything on Twitch today, which is totally cool. I know it's kind of one of those things we all kind of have our preferences or our reasons to be on specific platforms. Oh yeah, and Sophia and Alana, Lines Type. Yeah, so there's a few. And of course, while I was answering that, oh, you started a couple weeks ago. Oh, that is so cool to hear, man. I love it. Yeah, very excited to see as you keep going. It'll be fun to check out the work that you're doing. Kind of fun to see how you progress. So yeah, at some point, if it works out, feel free to share what you're doing. And probably too, before I forget, if you have social media, usually I'm on Instagram a lot during the day, but oops. As I'm talking, I accidentally did something. I'm trying to figure out what it was that I did. There we go. Deleted the 3. That's not good. Sorry. Anyway, to finish what I was saying. But yeah, if you're on like Instagram or something like that, let me know. Be happy to follow you, and it'd be fun just to follow along with your progress. Okay, so the finished one is 440 units tall. I'm trying to figure out here. I think I actually need to make this 430. So when I offset the curve, 440, 440. Beautiful. And one other thing that I'm going to do here is open up these corners. And we're actually going to add a lot more contrast to this because it needs it. it will look a little awkward, but if there's anybody who knows anything about being a little awkward, well, you're watching my stream, so. Alright, so we're gonna get this down here. And then we'll come back and add that down there. Of course, making sure I'm moving the right things. Now we've got 3/4. And I can put the side bearings on there. That is kind of a tough one. I'm almost wondering maybe if I should have even widened it out a little bit. Let's go back and do that. And widen this out some. And I can kind of buy back a little bit more weight there. I also think move that in a little bit more. That works. Almost done with all the lowercase and the uppercase. Alright. Before I forget, I'm gonna make sure I'll follow that account on Instagram for now. If you do a I suppose it helps to log into Instagram first. But yeah, if you do a design account, let me know. Also, as I'm just continuing to catch up on things, JTD type, yeah, that'd be an awesome guy, person to watch them stream. And AKA Dope absolutely needs to stream as well. Four is still looking a little light. I'm wondering, do I just do that? Yeah, that looks a little happier. The other thing I need to sort out. Let's see here. I've got all these numbers flying around because I think I just need a 0, a 2, a 6, and a 9. And there's no reason I can't share all these things kind of across each other. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to pop that to the top. And I'm going to set the side bearings for all of these. Side bearing, not, there we go. Then what I'm going to do is come back here and do this, but move it down to the baseline. That's automatically calculated. That doesn't break anything there. And we'll do the same for the 8 here too. That way I'm just kind of keeping things in sync a little bit easier here. Make sure my path directions are happy too while we're at it. So you go all the way there. And then, yeah, get rid of this one. And then that way I'm not chasing around a ton of shapes here. Just check one thing real quick. Just keeping my overshoots somewhat consistent, but then I can go back. Oops, we don't want to do that one, we want to do that one. We want to do this one. Okay, the 3. 7 needs to go. Once I spell 7 correctly. There we go. I think 2, yeah, I am going a little bit longer. I just realized than I originally said I would, but I think what we'll do, since we're pretty close to finishing up some fractions here, let me know if this sounds like a plan, but I think we'll finish up all of these fractions, and then just to have some fun, aside from these preset fractions that we're using here, we'll go through and see if we can raid the glyphs user manual and figure out how to do custom fractions. So yeah, let me know in the chat if that sounds like a fun plan. At least to me it sounds like a fun plan. Also, that 8 looks ginormous. Three is 475 and you're 475. You're 440. What if we just made you 450? That looks less awkward. So what was my numbers now? 475 and 450. Actually, let's make it 455, because if I do 455, then I can make you 465. And somehow, at least in my brain, the math works out. And then of course that goes and disrupts all of the side bearings here, but that's fine. Whoops, as I accidentally minimize the window. There we go, now we're back. Apparently my street is also busy today, so apologies if random things are super loud. So we'll go and we'll do that there. We'll just kind of open all these up as well, and then make sure everybody's aligned where I want them to be, which is probably just going to be the ones that I edited. That's fine. Actually, there we go. Now I think everybody's even. All right, perfect. So what I'm actually going to do is we're going to go back to this crowd here. Let's throw in a 2, and we will decompose it. For these, I am just going to do this. But let's see, it was 4. Shoot, what was it now? The finished one is 465. So I think 455, because this adds 10 points in height. For these, I was just running it up to the top, which I think is fine, but it pretty much gets that. Okay. And then for the 6, decompose you. So 465 should be the magic number for this. And then you become 475, you were already 475. 9, decompose. 465, become 475, and last but not least, 0, decompose, 465, whoops, we want the height, not the width, 465, there we go, and then do that. And I will have an extra step here for a moment. To get rid of all of these points. we don't need them. Okay. One other thing I'm looking at here, actually I am going to have to move the rounds down 5 points because we kind of have a baseline that I just completely disregarded. So, I think you were fine. You need to go down, you're fine, you need to go down, and you need to go down. Alright, so got all those. Then we need a 0, oops, wrong 0. We need 0, super 0. Then you go up a click. We need 2. And you just get to hang out on the baseline. 3, 4, 5. Let's do the 6. Bump that up 1, and then the 9. All right. I'm going to go back just very briefly to the preset glyphs, or the preset fractions, I should say, just to make sure everything is good there, because I just have this gnawing hunch that I had messed everything up, but I guess we'll find out. So we'll get 1/2 there. That was 1/4. Grab the right one for that. Actually, what I'm going to do, back up real quick. Let's load all of these like this. Then I can see them all in one shot here. So, here's 616. Does this work if I do it this way? Oops. Maybe not. I actually have to manually move it. So 615.5 for the 4. Yeah, we'll have to bump these up. That's fine now. I think you're already where you should be. Oops. I'm sure there's like an automatic placement or something like that that I probably could have worked through, but this will do for now. But this, although it's technically correct, is not actually correct. So what we're going to do is delete that 4. We'll just get these 2 overlap. Delete one of them. And there we go. And then the other thing that I'm just going to go do real quick is make sure that all of these are now using 0 for the side bearings. So you're good. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, and you're good. All right, and 1/2 is good. All right, so we have, I think, all the preset things where we want them. Now, fractions. And this is where I go and very much rely on the glyphs manual here. So what we're going to do is we're going to move that book out of the way. And let's figure this out together, shall we? Okay, so there's a fraction and there's precomposed. Alright. So I will preface by saying that this may end up being way over my head. We'll find out. But it appears that, oops, as I accidentally do that. I do have to add one more character set here, because it looks like the sup thing is not what I wanted. But we have a way around that. So, and when anybody asks, I just found this on the Glyphs website here. So basically what we're doing, I don't know if people can see this or not, maybe you can't, but I'm going to auto-generate a new line of glyphs here. And these are the, I guess the superscript style numbers, which actually is what I probably should have been using to start, but I didn't. So I guess we'll roll with that. But we'll do that. So they mentioned just doing the denominating ones and using the transform function, but we just kind of skipped that part. But Glyphs uses the NUMR and the denom ones, which is these two lines, highlighted in green here. And then when you do the slash to either side of it, that's where the magic happens. So yeah, and then it uses negative spacing on the fraction to basically create this. And you may need to kern some things. We're just going to kind of skip past that. But it looks like if I go to features here, and fractions, oh, this may have actually already happened for me. So hit that. So how can we preview this? That is going to be the million-dollar question. So, features, fractions. Oh, actually, let's do features and fractions here, because I've already got the fraction sign. So if I do 1, 2, 3 on that side, 1, 2, 3 on that side, hey, look at that. We did it in one go. So yeah, according to Glyphs then, all I need to do is just something like that, but effectively that gets us our shapes here. Wow, I can't believe I got that in one go. Of course this is probably gonna do exactly what I thought it would do here. Yeah, we'll just have to sort this out real quick. So do I have... Oh, it did do. Oops. Just messed up my 1/4 here. Let's see, disable automatic alignment. Push you over where you want to be. Do that there. And there we go. Actually, I guess I was already kind of messed up from the get-go, so let's just do it this way, and then disable automatic alignment for you. Put some spacing back in so I see what I'm doing here. But mostly just trying to make this space here as even as I can. And then for the 1/8, we will disable automatic alignment again. I'm just going to do like something like that. We'll just kind of step this out until it looks right, basically. At some point I'll have to go in and figure out how all of this ultimately works with everything else. So disable. Actually, for this, there we go. Only need one of each of those. And actually for the 5, did this once already, so we'll do it again. Oh, and disable automatic. 271, I won the character volume award. Yeah, I will say I certainly did not expect to sit down at the beginning of my weekend and draw this many characters, but yeah, here we are. I'd say that's quite something. I wish sometimes I had this kind of energy for other projects in my life. I'm like the world's worst procrastinator when it comes to things. There we go, 7/8 is looking better. All right, so yeah, we do have some work to do. I mean, and of course that's what the instructions said, that we're going to be fixing this kind of stuff, but we have working custom fractions. And I think there's a few of these that just need some help with their side bearings, which is fine. But holy cow, look at that. We, I mean, I know I set up 271 characters. What did we actually put into something here? Should we see how many I actually did? I know some of these are kind of repeats too, with diacritical marks and all that. But we'll just quickly select all of these here. Actually, I'm also going to hit the metric thing while I'm at it. 210 characters. That's that is something. Wow. I'm kind of in shock, if I'm completely honest. I'm just going to do one more thing just because I saw this and it had been bugging me for most of today's stream, but let's see, disable automatic. What would this be? What did we determine? It would be 465, 455. Let's see, decompose. Select all. There we go. 455. Throw a little offset curve on there. Bring it home. And then actually I'm going to kind of space this out a little bit as well. So if somebody wanted a trademark, they could do a trademark. And then just gonna, there we go. We got a trademark. Actually, one thing I'm going to do, I know this is, I'm going to make it a little shorter. I tend to prefer a little bit of a shorter trademark when I do things. So, yep, metrics are still hanging in there. So, awesome. Well, there we go. I honestly went only 30 minutes roughly over the time I thought I would use, but yeah, how cool. Kind of see if we can zoom out a little bit more there to show the whole screen. So I think that's where I'm going to leave it for 2022 Fontathon. I have Type West homework today that I need to still go through and do, so that's even more font design, but that is not live streaming font design. It's also past my lunch hour too, so probably should get something to eat as well. So I guess the fun here is that I get to determine who else is streaming right now. So is Akimbo Black? Are you streaming? Is anybody streaming? No, you're offline. Let's see, who else do we got here? Is Alana going? Alana's going. We may do a raid for that. Should we do a raid for Alana's? All right. So I'm gonna wrap things up in a second here because I do have some thank yous that I want to get out to everybody. But in the meantime, the Twitch crew dropped some awesome instructions on how we do raids here, so I am going to look that up real quick and hope that that when I do this it works. because I've never actually done a raid on here before. Let's see. I can do /raid and then a username. That might be the easiest way. I am finishing up. Are you live too? I suppose we can have a toss-up for whoever's streaming. I just noticed Alana was on as I was kind of going through. It looks like Alana might be the only one. Yeah. The fun part about events like these is it's a lot of fun, but man, does it get exhausting. Yep, Arrow's not either. Looks like Alana's the winner here. So, let's see how this works. Raid on. So I'm going to queue that up. There's a direct link to a rating. Actually, is that maybe an easier way to do it? No, I don't know how. All right. Well, we'll say this. All right. I just want to kind of wrap things up by saying a big thank you to everybody, obviously, who watched. Hopefully you found some new streams, new people to go and follow on Instagram, on Twitch, on YouTube. I also want to say a huge thanks to Akimbo Black, Alana Munn, Aerotype, Sophia Type Love. All four of you have been amazing. I think I went to you guys with this hairbrand idea a few months ago. Not exactly sure how I was going to pull this off or how this was going to work. But you all trusted me and were like, okay, yeah, let's go for it. So for those of you who are following me and you're not following any of those four folks, anywhere that you can find them on the internet, make sure you go and do that. Find their fonts, buy their fonts, support them. I don't know if they do Patreons or anything like that, but all the things to them. I can't say thank you enough to all of you for hanging out with me and making this possible. Next year, I did make a note. We won't go through and do this over daylight savings time. Of course, we won't have daylight savings time to deal with, at least in the US. So, but anyway, I could just keep saying thank you to everybody. So I definitely appreciate it. If you're new to me or any of this kind of stuff, if you just got started doing a new typeface because of this, hit me up on Instagram. That's usually the best place to find me, because I absolutely would love to see what everybody's working on or what they're coming up with. And that goes if you're starting out, or I know there's at least one or two people who are seasoned type design professionals. They weren't streaming alongside us, but they were inspired enough to kind of start on their own projects. So really just send me all the projects and the puppy photos, but all the type design projects too. So with that, I think I've rambled on long enough. Oh, Sophia Type Love has Ko-Fi. So back to the Patreon comment. So go find her on there. I think it might be linked on your Twitch page too. But enough of that. In the meantime, we're going to find out if this raid thing works. So wish me luck when I hit enter, and let's go hang out and support Alana Munn. Oh, looks like I actually got it. All right, we're headed over in a moment.